Honestly, a bet.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. We're live with round 2 from the Portal Fall GT. Players are going through their lists right now, but we have a pretty exciting matchup for you guys today. We have a brand spanking new, shiny, right off of the show floor, Chaos Demons versus some Chaos Knights. I'll actually let the players go through their their lists.
Yeah.
Something to 6.
If he saves on his invuln on rolls of 6, it does immortal to you. Yeah. I've never rolled the 6, but it can happen.
Yeah.
This guy has a relic and 2 traits. His traits are Aura of Terror and you know that one, additional
3d6.
3d6,
right?
yep. And Infernal Quest, so obstacle.
Counts as 10 options.
Yep. And then Relic Veil of Medringard. 4 up
4
invuln.
up at all. 4 up, 5 up now, or 4 up, 6 up?
4 up, 6 up.
4 up, 6 up.
Yep.
Right on.
And then his powers are Cyclonic Lamentation and
Feel No Pain.
Winds of the Warp. Yep.
What's the other one? I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name.
Cyclonic Lamentation.
Yeah,
It's 12 inches. Everybody takes a dread test. If they fail, 1 mortal. If I succeed on an 11 up, it's D3 mortals.
Cool. Do you know new demons?
Not even a little bit.
Okay. You give you a rundown. Ask me any question.
Give me the abridged version. You don't
Okay.
have to go into crazy detail.
Anything can deep strike.
Yeah.
The deep strike is crucial to explain, so I'll explain it in the most detail.
Yeah, there's a locust type rule.
So I have no demonic locusts, but how it works, since I'm pure demons, in my deployment zone, I can deep strike anywhere as long as I'm 3 inches away from you. That's in my deployment zone.
Okay.
I can then also deep strike within your leadership.
You can deep strike a number of inches within my leadership, or outside of my leadership, basically.
Yeah, right outside it. Let me just double check. It only works
For me,
in
that's
one.
probably, I believe that's 8.
9 for the big guys, 8 for the little ones.
Peace, Mini, do they have missions that nullify first turn advantage? Yeah, to some extent. The way the missions are work in the Warzone Nephilim format is that the players will score at the start of each of their turns, except for the second player, who on the last turn of the game instead scores at the end of their turn. So, for the most part, you're trying to contest your opponent's objectives so that they don't score when the turn flips back to them. And then if you can hold on to those objectives, you'll score extra points. But the second player has the advantage on the final turn, where they're able to just go all out because their opponent can't respond to them and run onto a bunch of objectives and score a bunch of points. So generally, we call that bottom round 5 scoring, because round 5 is the last turn of the game. So generally speaking, you can score a maximum of 12 primary objective points on the normal progressive objective. And generally speaking, the second player will score the maximum number on the bottom of the 5th round. So the first player gets the opportunity to score first, which does give them a little bit of an advantage. But on the flip side, the second player then will usually get a bonus to score, assuming they can survive throughout the entirety of the game. The biggest advantage of going first in this format is the ability to hit your opponent first, and that certainly is going to be the case for the Chaos Knights player, who's going to be able to use those long 12-inch movements on those War Dogs in order to get good lines of sight onto their opponent.
And she has Hysteric Frenzy, which gives Salish core unit +1 attack, exploding 6s, and a way to give them 5 up Feel No Pain on a core unit. Oh, she has a Relic Sword. Every time she kills a unit with a sword, a model with a sword.
Why are YouTube notifications always late? YouTube, not the greatest streaming platform ever, chat, to be fair.
10 Bloodletters, 2 attacks each, 3 on the Captain, Strength 6, AP 3 for 3. Or AP 3, 2, sorry.
Yep.
Demonettes, a bunch of attacks at Strength 4, so they're not going to do a ton. Unit of Fiends, they get a lot of attacks, hit hard. Bait Skimmer, he's got a spell, Bolt Change.
Always found Alpha Strikes too strong, Peace Witty. Yeah, that certainly can be the case, and definitely in some matchups is how the game goes. It really depends on the sort of reach of the player going first, if they have things like aircraft or drop pods that can reach into their opponent's lines. And it also depends on how thick the terrain is. In this particular terrain format, we're actually at a pretty... there are a lot of pieces of terrain, but it's actually ultimately pretty light in terms of terrain because... you can usually get some pretty good lines of fire around the ruins that are in each player's deployment zone. The two L ruins that are sort of in the center there, that are arrowheads pointing towards the center, are going to be the most reliable line of sight blocking that both players have in this particular terrain format. But again, they aren't in a perfect position, so the other player has the opportunity to move around the sides and shoot them. So that can certainly happen in this terrain format, but you do see some formats like the US Open Terrain Series that we use on the tabletop simulator games for T5S2, at least in the Tactical Tortoise Discord right now. Those are extremely defensive, and it's very difficult to alpha strike opponents using that terrain setup.
So 9.5 shots to about 27 shots each.
The windows are not
Well,
blocked
D6
for these
plus.
ones, chat, but they are obscure and keyworded, so...
Yeah.
The terrain will block line of sight drawn through it as long as you're neither the attacker or defender is within the terrain. So I guess the bottom floor is blocked off if we look at these terrain features, but the windows on the upper floor are not, which means that for the most part they don't block true line of sight for the knights, but they will. The obscuring keyword will come into play.
That's scary, so you're going to have an easy time with it, don't worry.
Starting CP for you?
It ought to be 2. I'm going to double check that right now.
Start with the big old 0.
All right. Yeah,
So-
looks like 2.
Okay.
So players just going through their lists, chat. I did put the lists in the YouTube, the video description on YouTube. Unfortunately, it looks like our bot is still broken for whatever reason, and is not able to
Is
post.
there an auto take one against you?
I have 7 characters.
Yeah, all right. That's probably going to be a good one for me because I don't believe there's anything in assassination that I love normally.
Okay.
7 characters, pretty good.
Yeah, I do like bringing it down actually. So, but you don't have that many units, do you?
Units?
Yeah, units.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12?
Not as many as me. So, I guess I kind of actually do like assassinate on you, honestly, even though it's a little janky. Yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Assassinate?
Yeah. Just gonna bring it down if you go badly for me.
Yeah.
Ruthless Tyranny?
That's the stranglehold.
Yeah. How many psychers do you have?
4.
4. Are they characters?
All 4, yeah. So the max 12.
Which ones are they?
Oh, you have a psyker. You can't take Arbor away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my bad.
No, you're in.
Who do I expect to win, chat? I think that Chaos Demons have a little bit of an X factor here because it's a brand new codex that was just released. And I do think that the Chaos Demons have some phenomenal profiles, especially at dealing with the smaller war dogs. And even against the larger knights, Flamer profiles and this Bloodthirster are going to be really brutal, so I have a sneaking suspicion that Chaos Demons may be able to squeak it, but the level of objective secured on the Chaos Knight side of the table is going to be tough to deal with, especially since we are on Daedalus Cry Salvage.
Okay. Ruthless Tyranny? Yeah, I'm going to go for Reality Rebels, which is for each quarter I have more units in, I get a point. If I have one in the middle, I get a point. I will take the vehicle killing one, and I will take Ritual, second Ritual. Easy peasy. You want to roll to choose sides?
Sure.
2.
I'll take this side.
Makes sense. Okay. So it'll go to your deployment. Any questions before we start? Oh, just need to do deep strikes reserves.
Yeah, I'll deep strike that Warlord Stalker.
Yep, I am going to deep strike. Deep strike the Bloodletters, the Skull Taker, the deep strike the Keeper of Secrets and the Bloodthirster as well.
Yeah, chat.
I just
Warzone
this is
Nephilim
the one- if you
uses
look at-
the reduced command point system. So each player starts with 6 command points to spend on their pre-games, and at the start of each turn, each player's turn, so 2 per battle round, will gain 1 command point at the start.
That's it. Oh, and then my basically at the start of each battle round, I roll 8d6. Every 4 up, I gain a Warp Storm point, which I can use to do a variety of effects based on how many I have. I can show you the chart if you want to look through it.
No, it's okay.
There's pretty much the ones to know are I can make you -1 to hit if you're outside of 12, and I can heal if I have 5 of them. Those are the big ones. I can increase my -1 to combat attrition to leadership war as well.
Gotcha.
Pretty decent.
Chad, I'm going to play with the player's mics a little bit here. Let me know if that sounds better. I know that it looks like our
I'm trying to make sure I'm on the center. line
Adam
here.
here, our Chaos Demons player, is really quiet.
Yeah, it's a little hard to guesstimate, but
So it actually, the biggest downside is in the Warzone Nephilim format for Relics and Warlord traits is that the Relics and Warlord traits, you don't unlock any free ones for starting out, unlike a standard format or in the G2 Nakbun format. So essentially, generally speaking, it seems I'm not sure that you could start a. Oh, I think we're just pre-measuring movement. I'm not sure that you can deploy your models there, unless I'm missing something. I'm a little confused. All right. But compared to the GT Nakbun format, you basically start 2 CP down if you want your free Relic and Warlord trait, and then you can just buy additionals from there. But starting with 6 command points generally gives you enough pre-game selections to do what you want to. The downside is obviously if you take multiple detachments or you have a faction that's predicated on having a ton of Relics and Warlord traits.
today, I literally threw. I'm like, what's the most stalkers I can fit?
Why not? You know?
I just literally spammed the data sheet because I just wanted to see how it would play.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, should we just start this up now?
Yeah, no, it's going. It's going.
It is?
You're
Okay,
good.
cool,
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. Oh my god.
So I'm sorry. Which is the units here? Because they have to be within
Within
6 of each other. Yeah.
So there's
Max
only
does
2
have
in this
some-
unit, 'cause the third one is
The warp. Yeah.
Max does have some absolutely gorgeous looking Chaos Knights, as we can see here. Chaos Knights do lend themselves to some gorgeous paint schemes, for sure.
should be good. Yeah, I think I like him there.
So as the players are going through their deployments phase, we can go through and talk about the lists real quick. They did a little bit of a breakdown before the game for those who caught it, and you can also find the list if you want to follow along in the video description. Just scroll down there, and there is a link to the list document there. Unfortunately, the bot currently isn't working today because that's just that's how the today's been going. It's been one of those days. You understand, chat, but I appreciate it. Yeah, so let's go through the lists real quick. We'll run through Chaos Knights as quickly as we can. I'm sure we've seen a lot of Chaos Knights on the stream, so there's not too much going on. We are House Herpetrax today, which is a Dread household. So we are it's not an Iconoclast, so we're gonna get the ability to roll for our demonic additional demonic abilities. Herpetrax is adding +2 to the wounds characteristic of War Dog models and 4 to the wound characteristic of Titanic models. So the big boy is going to be our Knight Abominant and Desecrator in here. Actually, is going to be are going to be 28 wounds. The War Dogs are all going to be 14 wounds, which does sort of mess with a lot of breakpoints. They can, as their stratagem as well, at the end of the fight phase, roll a d6 for everyone within 6 inches of a House Herpetrax model, deal a mortal wound on a 2+, and on a 6, deal d3 mortal wounds. So they can explode out mortal wounds at the end of the fight phase. They have, for those who haven't played against Chaos Knights before, we may see some super duper bizarre end of turn and end of phase abilities that will Max will be trying to use to flip control of objectives in order to give himself the benefit at the end of the turn. Once it goes back into the morale phase, typically at the end of the morale phase, and so then once it goes back into Max's command phase, when he scores those objectives, he's going to be able to flip those onto his own control. In this detachment, we have a Knight Abominant that is taking Aura of Terror, so that is a debuff for leadership and dread tests within dread range of the Knight Abominant, as well as Infernal Quest to make it objective secured. We have the Veil of Medrengard to improve its save characteristic, and we have taken Beguiling Majesty, which I'm actually going to have to look up. That's one I don't know. Typically, you see a Blessing of the Dark One, or the Bellicor favor. But today we're taking a nice Slanesh one. Blessing of the Dark Master, I think, is the bonus here. So -1 to hit and -1 to wound for that knight. It is a Slaneshi knight, and once it's favored, gets an ability -1 attack for enemies within 6 inches. So very similar, a similar effect to the Blessing of the Dark Master there. The knight, we have a Knight Desecrator as well. This one is taking the Cursed Rune of Fate. This one reflects mortal wounds on saving throw rolls of 6. Certainly a good combination with House Herpetrax, because with those additional wounds, you're going to have more opportunities to roll those saving throws and then to reflect those mortal wounds back to your opponent. Once it gets favored, it also has a permanent 4+ invulnerable save that is both in ranged and in melee. From there, we just have a bunch of War Dog Stalkers, basically. 3 Stalker units, one of them with Mark of the Dread Knight, which is going to give it a 6+ damage ignore roll. That one also bringing the Helm of Dogs to buff the nearby Stalkers. We then have a Warpborn Stalker, so he can teleport in, and he is going to be starting in Deep Strike, so he can teleport down. And then we have a Pyro Throne on one of them as well. That gives him, makes him a Psyker, and he knows Smite. And 1 Warp Storm power as well. Once he gets favored, he can also reroll psychic tests. And those War Dogs, they get favored pretty easily. They just have to kill 5 models. Although, to be fair, against Chaos Demons, with their new Demonic Invulnerability, it is going to be pretty tough to get through. No Bellicor feels interesting. I agree. And I talked to Adam before the game. He's super excited about Chaos Knights. I know Adam is a diehard Chaos Undivided player. I've talked to him a lot of times playing the Walk of the Dogs list. So that is Chaos Knights being led by Abaddon. So Adam, also familiar with Chaos Knights, and I think we're going to see him use that familiarity to the best of his ability in this game. He is bringing a double detachment list out of Chaos Undivided Chaos Demons, bringing a Vanguard detachment that is led by a Transweaver. It's bringing a second Transweaver and a Keeper of Secrets. So we have a ton of Psychers in this list already. The Keeper of Secrets bringing double casts, and the Transweaver coming in just to add some additional characters in there. We do have a Shining Aegis on that Keeper of Secrets, so it is going to be improved save in melee as well, which not a lot of the other demons are able to do. Usually they're a 4+ against ranged attacks, and then that reduces to a 5+ in melee, but with the upgrade, that Keeper is going to be a 5+ permanently. And the I don't remember all the names of the exalted traits here, chat, so I'm just going to clarify that it does have an exalted trait. Yes, it has the diaphanous panoply, which is -1 to wound. Keepers of Secrets are at a base level, -1 to hit. So it is -1 to hit and wound. I believe it's -1 to hit is phase locked. Yeah, it is only... Oh, no, it's everything. So, yeah, it's just -1 to hit and wound. Seems good. Fair enough. In that detachment, we also have a unit of 5 Fiends. They're super fast and super obnoxious. A single Exalted Flamer that is there to buff 3 units of 5 Flamers. The Flamers, if you haven't watched my video about them, watch the video because I talk about the whole wombo combo that we can do with Flamers, which Adam does have elsewhere in this list. But for the Spark Notes is that they fire D6 plus 3 Flame Strength 5 AP2 shots apiece, and we have access to reroll 1s to wound. They automatically hit because they are Flamers, and they have access to a Psychic Power for +1 to wound as well. So they can wound basically almost everything in the game on 4s, with rerolling 1s with a ridiculous number of attacks. Even these big Chaos Knights are going to get hit by them. We also have a second detachment here. This one also out of Chaos Undivided. This is a patrol detachment and does include the Warlord, so it is going to have the reduction. The Warlord is a Bloodthirster today, and we are bringing the Bloodthirst Tank, I think is what I called it. The full wombo combo of the Bloodthirster. Indomitable Onslaught to give it an 8 wound phase cap. Blood Drinker Talisman to give it the ability to heal its wounds. Brazen Hide to give it the ability to shrug damage on a 5+. So, for those who don't know, the Bloodthirster coming in at 20 wounds. With an 8 wound phase cap means that in 2 phases of damage, it can take up to 16, leaving it on 4. If between the Blood Drinker Talisman, healing damage, and the Brazen Hide, you can save 5 damage over the course of those 2 phases, you get yourself another phase cap, because another 8 damage will leave you on 1 if you have started at 20 wounds, saved 5, so you're going to be on 1 damage. We also have a Fate Skimmer here. Interestingly, the Fate Skimmer actually does not have the Psychic Power to give +1 to wound to the Flamers, so it's a little sad. But we do have a Bolt of Change on the Flames, on the Fate Skimmer, and a Staff of Change, which is a pretty effective gunshot. On top of that, we have a unit of 10 Bloodletters, a unit of 10 Demonettes, and a unit of 3 Nurglings. Now, I know Adam was talking to me earlier and did mention that he does think that there are a lot of, or a wide variety, I should say, of Demons lists available in the Codex. And this is just sort of one example. But yeah, the lack of Bellicor is interesting to me because it does mean that we actually don't have any of the God-specific Warpstorm abilities unlocked. So for those who haven't played against Chaos Demons before, they will roll 8d6 at the start of each battle round. Looks like we do have Max going first here. Our Chaos Knights player.
Oh, like I said, this has not been a good day for me.
I'm sorry, man. Well, hopefully it'll get better.
Well, maybe in game 3, because you're going to win this one.
Don't say that. I'll fail every save.
Illimitable confidence here, our Chaos Knights player. But for those who don't know and who haven't looked at the new Chaos Demons Codex, as long as you are playing pure Chaos Demons, a Roiling Warp Storm is flickering above the battlefield, I guess. And in order to determine what effects are available for it, you roll 8d6 that generates a number of points, which then can be spent on effectively stratagem-like effects that apply to the entire army. Some solid ones include ignoring, healing everyone in the army, ignoring movement penalties, reducing enemy ranged attacks against them by 1. And the most interesting thing about them is that a lot of them are used in a particular phase in which they would be useful.
All 6. Hang on. Yeah, it's 6.
The downside is that the only Warp Storm abilities available to an army normally are Undivided abilities, which are kind of generic but pretty toolboxy. The real power comes from God-specific abilities, where Tzeentch, for example, can get +1 to cast for all of its Psychers, Khorne can get +1 to attack to all of its Khorne units, and those are only unlocked if you have a detachment with all of those models, that includes only models of that allegiance.
Start if I want to use them.
Yeah, do it.
So it looks like I think we are going to be warp storming for -1 to hit.
I'll save him. You're good.
Okay.
Outside 12 inches.
This is into
Into the keeper. Sorry.
-1 to hit
-1
all the
so
time. Yep. So
Yeah, so the keeper is already -1 to be hit, so we don't necessarily need it for that one.
-1 to wound.
So those all still wound.
Yep.
And the
3.
Bloodthirster can only take 8
These are
damage
the
anyway.
3 damage each, right?
3 damage each, AP1.
So I don't know if he's
Fails,
that worried about that guy. We're going to slow roll the attacks out here so we can CP reroll if we need to.
That's fine.
We
Take the 6.
really love this rule being played correctly. So damage already being sunk into the Keeper of Secrets.
His heavy stubber into her.
These Stalkers actually have a really good profile dealing with demons because they have a high volume attack, low AP weapon. And demons are have sort of middling saves.
Yep,
Their saves
take it.
aren't that strong, but they are unmodifiable, which means that AP values have no effect against them. And also, they're not invulnerable saves; they're just normal saves. So only effects that entirely disallow armor saves will affect them.
This guy, he advanced. He's firing into the keeper.
4s still.
Yep. And it's going to be reroll 1s because he's in range of this dude, and he's Helm of Dogs, so if he gets his own rerolls. 1-1. And then
6s.
ouch. All right. 4 shots from his Havoc launcher, or sorry, D6 shots from his Havoc launcher. 3 shots. 2 hits.
Yep.
Rerolled 1. No wounds. Next one, same thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a good one, huh?
3?
Just 3.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I'll do the opposite.
Oh my
10
god.
10.
That wound counter on that that's the Keeper of Secrets is dropping very quickly. I bet we can zoom in on that.
I'm going to drop these down just to mark who's fired,
Yeah, yeah.
because especially the way I've been playing today, I need to.
You're good. You're good.
So now he's
Yeah, he's firing, right?
firing now.
Oh. Ugh.
So that's down to 10 wounds already, chat. They only start at 20, which means we are already half dead on this Keeper of Secrets.
1 through.
Big yikes here, chat.
9.
Look at that gorgeous base, though. Super cool.
This one here into her.
Oh man, if we lose a Keeper of Secrets in this first shooting phase, it's going to be brutal.
Successes this time, just to make-
Wonder if Adam maybe wished he
That
deep
was
strike
with the
that, that
-1
model.
hit, right?
Yep.
Downside for demons is that they have no reactive effects against the initiative roll. So if they lose the roll off, they have no idea whether or not they should have deep struck.
Him into her. 2 shots.
No.
4 shots. 2 hits.
Strength.
5. Nothing.
So this is all shot.
This guy has not shot. He can see the Bloodthirster.
You can shoot the keeper as well if he wants.
Isn't this obscuring?
She's over 18 wounds.
Oh, they're big now. That's right. Okay, then I'll continue to shoot the
Yeah,
keeper. Thanks.
works.
Yeah, within 9. Okay.
Would I say that the camera affects player disposition? I don't think so. Sometimes people are a little bit more nervous on camera than off, but I think generally speaking, people People play basically the same on or off camera. Unfortunately, the lists are a little busted right now, chat. So the lists can just be found in the video description. The command isn't working today.
Oh, sorry, I'll throw his heavy stubber, why not?
Sure.
Wow, some good shooting there. 1 wound.
Good.
And then, yeah, the Nerdlings, they're -1.
They're inherently -1 now, yeah.
Should have advanced. I got 4 dice in my hand, so why not? I'll throw the stubber. 4.
I think I did advance, right?
I don't know.
I think you did. All right. T3, so 2s.
Yeah.
4?
4 wins.
5 ups. Make 1, take 3. 1's down to 1 health.
So it looks like I don't think we data scried on the Chaos Knights side this turn, so I think that they will probably not be getting any bonus points this turn, unfortunately for them. Looking for a charge onto these Nurglings, though, that would be a big deal, although it would give the Bloodthirster something to do. And that Bloodthirster will absolutely cut that guy in half. It's very, very unlikely that Chaos Knight survives that guy, that Bloodthirster.
2s. 4 -2.
4?
1 damage.
Save 1, so 1's dead, 1's at 2.
Yep.
Start to secure some Nurglings off in the top left here.
That's all the shooting, no charges, that's turn.
Okay, so just end of turn. Nothing for Assassinate yet. Tyranny, you hold 1, 2, 3, which is more than me, so you'll get 3 for Tyranny, right?
Yep.
Is that how it works?
Yep.
3 for Tyranny. And Grind, you didn't kill anything. Warp Storm, in the morale phase, I'm going to use all 5 to heal my unit's D3.
Ooh,
So we'll
very
start
cool
with the
here. So we're
Gosh, that's crazy.
already starting to
needs
see
5 Warp Storm. Then the Nurgling.
these Warp Storm effects come into play, so starting to regenerate wounds on that Keeper of Secrets and the Nurglings as well. And this is also a compounding effect that you can use on the Bloodthirster as well to regain it past its phase cap wounds.
That's still incredibly powerful. And on a phase capped model like your Bloodthirster, that's very good.
Okay, command phase.
Exactly, as Max points out right there.
Demonettes
Thank you,
will get
Max.
an
We're on the
extra
same
AP, though they're
wavelength,
not going
Max
to do
and I
anything.
right now. I really
So we're going to
appreciate
go right on over to movement. I'll switch it back to me.
Ollie, thanks for the kind words, man. Yeah,
Let's see here.
I do think that having the player mics is really important for sure.
Ooh, she healed back into her top bracket. Lucky her.
Oh, and we top bracketed the Keeper of Secrets with the use of that ability. That's a tough Warp Storm ability to get off. It does cost you 5 Warp Storm points, and you do only gain Warp Storm points on the roll of a 4+, which means on 8 dice, it's unlikely you roll 5 up. So I think the reason that we didn't see that -1 popped to maybe keep the phase cap off of the Bloodthirster, or compound the -1 on the Keeper of Secrets, although I'm not sure it would have mattered, to be fair, is that Adam knew he was going to be taking this damage, and was just banking those Warp Storm points in order to regenerate the damage that he did take. So it looks like we do have the Keeper of Secrets. See if I can pan over here. There she is over on the side. Get that Keeper of Secrets in the side there to get a nice charge into the War Dog in the left-hand side of the screen here. About to be bottom right as soon as I go back to our top-down camera. Wonder where this Bloodthirster ends up going. I think the Bloodthirster does like to basically just sit on one of these objectives and threaten a heroic intervention onto the entire thing. If he subsumes the middle of the objective token there, you can't touch the objective without eating that heroic intervention, and that's going to be brutal. Looks like the Fiends are also going to be moving up and maybe just electing to lock in as many of the Chaos Knights behind these ruins as possible. The downside of this kind of really scattered terrain setup is that while lines of sight are pretty easy to get through, one thing that can happen is that, especially for these large base models, they have a tough time maneuvering through all of the small gaps in the terrain. And especially for an army with 2 big knights, normally you see 1 in addition to the War Dogs, but this one is bringing 2, and that can make it pretty easy to prevent them from getting into melee. Now, the big benefit here of the Chaos Demons, like I mentioned before, is that they do have an insane level of survivability against ranged attacks. They have the ability to be -1 to hit, especially against ranged attacks more than 12 inches away for 3 Warp Storm points, and they have... Casual wah in the background there, chat. Everybody gets one, I think. And they have the ability to... lost my train of thought here. And they have an improved demonic invulnerability save against ranged attacks. So these Tzeentch units are going to be a 3+ demonic invulnerable save against ranged attacks. Everyone else is going to be a 4+, which is much better than their 5 or 6+, respectively, in melee. So what Adam's going to try to do, I imagine, is he's moving his flamers up, we see here in the center of the table. They have a pretty good profile at shooting at the War Dogs, and these 2 or 3 units of flamers should be able to peel a War Dog off really quickly. Then he can charge in with the Fiends and body block out the remainder of those units from getting into melee and punching through that 3+ invulnerable save, which if that forces the big knights to hit the 3+ invulnerable save on those flamers, they're going to be doing significantly less damage than they would expect to. Silly orc players that need shit, for sure. At least, they're having a good time. It's all right. We can't begrudge them too much.
Also going to be in this oogle right here. They can stand here, but they're kind of
Yeah, whatever.
a little janky. That one's metal, which is not going to be helpful for my sanity.
So it looks like all 3 flamer units moving up to the center of the table here. And then that big thing is the Exalted Flamer, who's going to give +1 strength to all of the flamers around. Although, to be fair, in this matchup, that will not matter.
You ain't wrong. Okay. Let's make sure this guy's outside of 3 there.
Let's give ourselves a zoom on that Exalted Flamer, chat. Ooh, and the Fate Skimmer moving in there. Cool Tzeentch models.
Okay.
Look at this morass of Tzeentchian demons subsuming the middle of the table. Fate Skimmer's going to be moving up there to try to get a Warp Ritual off, I imagine. Although we also have the Demonette.
We will go
Slashy characters, excuse me, who can also do that.
We will start with the Keeper. Just going to attempt to cast Hysteric Frenzy on them. That's going to make them +1 attack and exploding 6s.
Okay.
7 is what I need to cast.
All right, let me just check my range here. It looks like I'm probably within range. Yeah. So I'll try and deny it.
Is that 24 for him?
Yeah, double check.
Yeah, 24 is right there.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah,
You're good. Yeah, that's the Desecrator. You're good.
I've done that twice already.
Delightful Agonies on them as well. I believe needs a 7, but let me just double check here for you. Delightful Agonies needs a 6. We'll go off. Very nice. So now they have a 5-up Feel No Pain as well.
Yep.
We will go for... I'm going to cast Infernal Gateway. This is the one that's closest enemy unit. It's going to take D3. Everything within 3 is going to take D3, unless I cast down a 12 or higher, at which point everything will take a flat 3.
It's terrifying.
Yeah. And I'm +1 to cast. They'll go off on a 10.
All right. I'm definitely in range. Gotta be with somebody over here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because he has Pyro Throne.
Yeah.
I'll try it. Why not?
Yeah. Oh,
nope.
No.
So what are we dealing with?
So, D3 Mortals.
Yep.
Big 1.
1. So it's down to 13.
D3. 2.
Down to 12.
Awesome explosion of damage here from this Infernal Gateway.
D3. 2.
Down to 26.
This is just a casual... We just plow 6 damage, 6 mortal wounds into this knight's army. Obviously, it is spread mortal wounds, which are the least effective variety of mortal wounds, but still relevant.
This goes off, I'm going to roll 9d6. Every 5+ is a mortal.
Okay.
There's a bolt of change.
Goes off on 11 because I'm +1.
That's coming from who?
The Fate Weaver right here, or the Fate Skimmer.
Do you have any more powers from anybody that's in range coming up?
2 of these. They have...
Oh, they have a good one, I recall.
Yep, they have Phantasmagoria, which is 6 dice. Every 5 up's a mortal. Every mortal you take lowers your leadership by 1 up to 3. and they have Cacophonic Choir, which is roll 2d6 against your leadership. Every point I beat it is immortal up to 6.
Okay, and the one that you currently just cast?
9d6, every 5 up's immortal.
But you just got a really good roll, too.
11.
So, yeah, so I'm not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
3, 5.
Yeah. Also,
7,
Max
9.
should remember that we do have psychic and
That will
warp ritual,
be,
excuse me, on the table for
1,
Adam
2,
too. So
3,
we might be
4,
looking to get
5
off.
mortals. That one I knocked.
5, and that was on him?
Correct.
That's a huge roll
okay.
on that bolt
We
of
will
change too. Absolutely brutal. 11 mortal wounds out of the psychic phase so far.
Or, no, it doesn't go off either way. Failed, and I'm going to attempt to do Psychic Ritual. I will do it on an 8.
I will attempt to deny it.
For sure. Oh! I'm just going to tick myself off for Psychic Ritual for a turn. Okay. That's it for my Psychic. I will go into Shooting. Oh, I picked up her. She was at 11, sorry. Okay. Shooting.
I'm at 4 CP, right?
You should be at 3, because you used 1 for a reroll in your turn.
Oh, I did.
Yep, and I should be at 2.
Why would I use a re-roll? It was probably for something really dumb.
I think it was damage on something, maybe? I don't remember.
Whatever.
Okay. Shooting. We're gonna put 5 flamers into this.
Yep.
So 5d6 plus 15. So this is gonna be
Oh yeah. So here comes
10?
the flamer units shooting.
16, 31 shots. 5.
Casual 31, chat. Just 31. It's not a D3 plus 3. It's important to remember. That's D6 plus 3. Here we go.
Ones, and I am wounding you on 5s.
No +1 to wound here though, chat is super sad for me. You can get these guys to wound knights on 3s, by the way.
So that's
Or
going
at
to be
least
3
armatures.
from the first go, and 3, 4, 5, 6 total.
6 wounds?
6 wounds, AP 2 for 1. So just state your invuln.
Takes 3.
3. Very good, very good.
That was into the wounded one?
The 7 health. Yep. Second group of flamers, same thing. So 5d6. It's going to be 10, 13, 28 shots. So 5, 10, 14. I do this twice. Reroll 1s. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the first go.
So Adam's certainly
and
hoping here that he can knock out this rightmost
4
war dog with this second flamer shot, and then has the third flamer shot to go into the left-hand war dog, and that's going to open it up for a good charge with the fiends. And if the fiends can clip that guy out with their boatload of attacks, they can then move in to surround the base of the big knight there, the desecrator, and that will prevent it from moving in and trying to deal with those flamers.
25 for 5. They have a 3-up invuln at ranged and 3 wounds each.
So the 2 squads was 222...
250.
250?
Yep. The third squad is going to go into him.
That is the
So,
other ridiculous
number of shots.
statistic on the flavor data sheet, is their
10,
insanely low points.
21, 22 plus 15. 37, right? 22.
Honestly,
37.
a points cost that may have been typoed. Either points cost or volume of
They
shooting.
don't seem broken to me. Like, a lot of people were saying they were like too
The
strong.
thing is, the games they're good into,
Oh, yeah.
they're
Into hordes, I could see
yeah,
people
they're
having a problem.
insane. Because the thing is, too, right? It's hard to charge them because I get Overwatch and they're flamers.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah,
also, they're 3-up invuln and ranged or demon save, so you
no
can't
kidding.
really kill them in shooting, or you
Oh.
can, but it's very hard.
That's okay. That's actually a very good point. They're very in that sense. They're actually pretty problematic.
And they're so cheap too. It's like you kill them through a lot of effort, and I lose 125. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the first go.
Yep.
And I owe you this +1 for the second go. 8.
The 3-up invuln is really what kind of puts them a little bit over the edge. I feel like that's maybe almost a little much.
Yeah,
If it were not for that, they would be just okay. I feel
it
like.
is very good.
What demon list do I think will be the best one? See how much damage these guys do first, and then we can answer. 15 wounds. 15 wounds, chat.
Is this
15!
the last of them?
This is the last of the
15
Flamer
wounds.
squads. The Exalted can still shoot.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then we have the
more
Exalted with
shooting.
this big laser cannon of a gunshot as well.
3, 4, 5, 6. That was
Yeah,
that was a
that could
fail.
over. Yep. So
So we
3,
saved
6,
six.
9, down to 4. The Exalted Flamer will shoot it. The Exalted
Might just kill
Flamer
it,
is going
actually,
to
here with
use
the
his
Exalted
big
Flamer. It
profile.
does have three
so there's going to be
damage
3
gunshots
shots,
as well.
strength 8, AP 4 for 3 each.
Now that's what we're talking about.
That's big guns. But he will miss 2. 1 AP 4, so just your invuln.
Are they not auto hitting?
No, so he has an auto hit profile, and then his big gun profile is a regular gun.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you choose which
So I
one.
just got a 5 up.
Yep.
Save it.
Nice. And then the staff on him will shoot. This is going to be...
Zinj shooting is so badass. All of their characters as well have these
3
super
shots,
duper cool range 12 and 18
strength,
little multi-shot,
7,
multi-damage
AP 4
guns.
for 3.
Yep.
These ones are popular. Nope. And that's it for that shooting. The Bloodthirster will shoot his flamer at that guy, because why not?
Yep.
2 shots.
So going back to the question about demon lists, chat, I think that a list similar to this is probably going to be the strongest. I think that a focus on the greater demons is important. They definitely seem to be the focus of the codex in general because they have the best synergies between their exalted traits, relics, and warlord traits. I think that there is an argument to optimize your warp storm points effectively to take Be'lakor. He also synergizes pretty well with the flamers, although he is very expensive and he eats your warlord slot, which kind of sucks. So, in my opinion, a list focusing on Tzeentch demons and Be'lakor with like a Bloodthirster and some Slaanesh stuff to splash is the best. But I think this list is this list that Adam is playing is a little bit more toolboxy. He has like a lot of individual small units that can solve problems, like these fiends that are moving in aggressively to screen here. I think that's also super duper powerful too. So it looks like Bloodthirster makes like a 12-inch charge here, gets through that gap between the 2 buildings, and is gonna cut himself a War Dog right in half. Absolutely phenomenal. There is a slim chance he gets killed by in a triple phase by the Abominant here. The Abominant could shoot him for 8, or smite him for 4, shoot him for 8, and then melee him to death, but it's highly unlikely through his 5-up damage ignore, which is really going to make it super tough to get those phase cap wounds that his opponent needs to clear him out.
-1 damage?
-1 damage.
On him?
Yeah.
Okay. 4 attacks. Oh, let me get this garbage out of your way. 2. AP 4, so just goes no save. So
How much damage?
3 each down to 2, so 4 damage total on that.
So he's down to 10.
And then her sword. 6. Drop the 1.
We've moved so aggressively, chat, that the fights are off my cameras now, unfortunately.
Just 1.
Slow down, demon players.
Yep. That is AP 3, so you do have a 6 up on that.
Oh. Sorry, how many was it? Was it 2?
Just 1. Just 1.
Oh, it was just 1.
Okay. Yeah. Did you want to interrupt or?
So it looks like the Keeper of Secrets did get into melee,
What's the defensive profile on the Fiends?
but is not able to one-shot that War Dog. Now, one thing, I talked to the event organizer before the game that I'm not sure the players may be aware of is that it has been ruled for this event that malefic weapons ignore attack characteristic modifiers, which is kind of an open question based on how the malefic weapon rule is worded, which means that effects like -1 damage and -1 AP do not affect them.
No, you go there first. You're interrupting, so it's just the 2 CP, right? This is your CP?
2 CP, yeah, we'll drop them. So 5 attacks.
Yep.
Now that's what we like to see. Oh, sorry, I didn't throw them in the net.
You're good.
Okay. It was 2 hits. 2 wounds.
Yep. Strength 12.
12. Yes, 12. Yeah.
Force. Nope. Damage.
3, 5.
8.
Yeah, it's at least 8. Yeah, because it's minimum 4.
Fill up hands. 5 ups. He'll make 2, so 6 damage to him.
So there's that Bloodthirster Wombo combo coming into play, taking 6 damage from the War Dog off the interrupt. So he eats 2 CP from his opponent, and all he has to do is save 3 more wounds over the course of his next couple of attacks to basically buy himself an additional phase of operation, since it will then take 4 phases to kill him rather than 3.
5, 10, 15.
So rolling out the Fiends now into the War Dog on the center objective. Shouldn't have a problem knocking the last couple wounds off it. I think it's only down to 4.
So this is their Pinchy Claws.
Yep.
26 attacks. Exploding 6s, so I'll take out the misses. They hit on 3s. Very good rolls. And we have 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6, 6, 6. 2 more. And they're wounding you on 5s, but they're re-rolling 1s.
Yep.
Good thing they're re-rolling 1s. A lot of them. A lot of fails, actually. Woo!
Before each other's armies. How tall was their plane for you?
3, 6, 7. AP 2 for 2.
7 AP2.
Yep.
5s.
No!
I'm dead. Does he explode?
Terrible saves from that War Dog. He thought about
Can
exploding.
you check the wording for me
Not
on Knight's ability to fall back?
For which? Oh, like just Titanic.
Yeah, like what's the actual
I think.
shtick?
I think I gotta find. I think that's in the big rule book.
Yep.
You're gonna have to give me a second.
Take your time. I think it says in Battle Scribe if you go to view your list, I believe.
Yeah, they.
It might actually. It should just say on the profile for
Yeah,
Super
they
Heavy
probably
Walker.
stick it right on there for
Yeah.
the Titanic rule. Hang on.
Yep.
Super Heavy Walker. It's. So I mean, all the Super Heavy Walker rule. If this is what you're referring to.
Yep.
This model is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. Each time this model makes a normal move, advances or falls back, it can be moved across other models, excluding monster and vehicle models, as if they weren't there.
Okay. Cool. Over there.
Yep.
6
So I think-
8 attacks. Sorry, 6, 7, 8.
I think the question there was because we were still in the consolidation step of the Fiends attack, and the Fiends can stand in such a way that the Knight can't move towards the Flamers. I think they're in a fine spot here, and I don't think that Desecrator can move too far forward at all. And that was the Blood Drinker Talisman on the Bloodthirster there. The Bloodthirster cut that Knight into that War Dog into several small pieces, and then ate the remains, reached into the cockpit and pulled the pilot out and ate him to regain one of his last wounds, which means that he is slowly moving back to an undamaged state.
Yep.
For the mission. And Reality Rebels, same number in this quarter. I have something in the middle. I have more that quarter, so I'll get 4 for Reality Rebels. And we did 1 on Ritual, and we'll just do the vehicle killing thing at the end because it's easier that way.
Yeah.
If that works for you.
Sounds good. Slaughter claw. Okay.
Okay. So,
Send it back to me.
yep, you'll gain 1 CP. I'll gain 1 CP. And we have primary. You hold 1 point, 2 points, so you'll get your 4. And I just have to roll Warp Storm again.
Yep.
For 4 ups. We'll have
So huge turn from the Chaos Demons there. Clipped out 3 War Dogs. I think a very aggressive move from Max that got punished pretty hard. Obviously not really, I think, respecting the damage from the Flamers there, because the Flamers basically killed one War Dog by themselves with the amount of damage that they did. The Bloodthirster also moving up there and grabbing a healing off of a Knight as well. Pretty brutal. So getting a ton of secondaries. That Reality Rebel secondaries is going to be one of the defining characteristics of this Demon's Codex. It is an incredibly powerful secondary that effectively scores you better points for Engage in all fronts, giving you points for each table quarter you have a unit wholly within, as well as having a unit wholly within 6 inches of the center of the table. So unlike Engage in all fronts, which requires you to only have the different table quarters, it can also score in the middle and doesn't have a minimum model requirement.
So we're talking 14.
16.
Hey, I can do math, all right? Don't worry about it. So 16. So I could kill you in 2 phases in theory.
Correct.
Yeah, let's shoot for it. Why not?
Why not?
We got a million CP, I'm sure, to interrupt over there.
I
right?
have 3 CP I'm sitting at, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see. We're just going to try and get this over with quick.
Just power through the game. That's fair.
Oh, you know what? Actually, sorry, I'm gonna. No, there's no way I could. I was thinking if I moved him first, but I'm pretty sure his base was already too far forward. There's no way I could swing past him. So, but did I just? Did I did?
You're good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's hard when you touch the sides. It does it too sometimes.
Yeah. I just noticed it's got little side buttons too. They go all the way around. So let's see if I go all the way to 7 this way.
Yeah, we are on a chess clock today, chat. Each player has an hour and 15 minutes to complete all of their game actions for the game.
And then that'll let me pop this guy onto the objective here. Yeah, so this will be a quick turn.
All right, just psychic, right?
Yeah, we'll do smite here. 6. You got to deny. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So I'll roll.
You're good. You're good. 6, right?
Yeah.
Try it. Oh, whoa. 7. We'll
7,
deny
yeah,
it.
deny. All right, so I'll do I do cyclonic. It's almost kind of silly to do.
Just the bootleg smite, right? Or the better smite?
No, it's horrible. No, I'm just gonna do Winds of the Warp. 11.
I have enough denies, so I might as well.
Not?
Oh!
Yeah, of course.
Oh, come on!
Oh man.
Casual box stars 9 there.
Yeah,
No big deal.
11.
NBD.
I was like, I would deny. So
Just drop that like it's
roll the
hot.
12. Just no.
The only way that's better is if you call it out before you roll the dice.
I just realized that I'm a jackass. Super relevant to the game. This guy has Beguiling Majesty for his mark.
Which one's that there?
-1 to hit, -1 to wound.
At range? Was
Combat,
it
combat only.
Combat only, that's right. Okay, cool.
I don't think it's gonna sweat you.
Yeah, you never know.
I mean, you're gonna trash can him in a couple combats there after I bounce off that Bloodthirster. Do they degrade?
I think he degrades at 10. I think is when he goes
They
down.
should get more attacks. Like that's always been a thing with Bloodthirsters. Like I always
So
feel like they should-
Scarbrand kept that. Bloodthirsters did not. Yeah, 10 moons is when he'll dip into his next bracket.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna start shooting everything into him that I can. So
Sure.
we'll do this guy first. 2 shots. 2 hits.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh.
You have to do warp stuff.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
do
do.
it.
I'm sorry. It's gonna be
okay.
-1 to hit for 3 warp storm points. It's just the start of the shooting is when I have to activate it.
All right, that's fine. I did still hit you though. I got 4.
Yep. We just got a wound.
Yep. So 2s. Oh, wow. That's a slick
no.
roll. I'm going to go ahead and CP that.
The old double ones there, and
What
CP
is
rerolls into a
happening?
third one.
What is this? No.
To be fair, I mean, that is 6 damage. It's worth a CP.
I know. No. Oh no.
That was a laser
It's
It's
destroyer
absolutely
doing
the right
nothing.
choice. I'm just saying
oh,
these rules
no,
are wild.
chat.
Stubborn.
That's brutal.
The warp is just too fickle.
Nothing.
And just
This
to
is
be clear,
right,
you might
ask
as well
chat
hit
for womp
outside
womps,
of 12.
but I'll
like,
just
he's
ask you
gonna
to
be
put
normal
womp womps
anyways.
in the
It's
chat
going to be anyone
text
outside
box,
of 12
please.
trying to shoot in.
I think this guy might be in. Yeah, he's just in. He's in
Those
Mulligan
two
range.
should be good. Yeah.
So he'll fire everything into him.
Yep.
So I'm actually now like about 100% sure I won't chip those
Oh
wounds.
my.
So that's one hit.
Oh.
These dice are incredible, chat.
New dice time?
These dice normally roll really well. Three
This is the stubber, right?
hits? Yeah. Yeah, get ready. Nothing.
Wow.
Start with that guy.
I think
He might be in range of the aura.
as a knight player, you might be sort of like mentally prepared for dice like that, but watching it happen is absolutely brutal. Since you only have like 7 models in your army, one of them rolling bad feels really, really bad, but it does happen occasionally, and you just have to sort of rally, I think, which Max is doing a good job of. But I would be tilted out of my goddamn mind if I was in Max's seat right now.
Fives, yeah. Oh, what do we got? 2?
Oh, there you go. There's coming back.
3?
3, yep.
4s. Make 2, take 1, 5 up, feel no pain. Yep. If you want to just tick them down 1 for me, that'd be great. Come down to 15.
Yeah, the 1 into the 1
I'm just gonna keep track on the side.
feels like
He's
it
taking
happens
1
more
damage
than
and
it
shooting so
statistically
far.
should, for sure, chat.
This guy.
This bloodthirster never gonna come out of the warp again.
This will be on 3s again because that
Correct.
guy's also within
Yep.
within 12. Hitting or wounding on 5s again.
2.
Wounds. Yeah, there's 2.
Make them.
And then Stubbers.
So this gets really awkward, chat, if Max is unable to bracket or to bring the Bloodthirster down to its bottom tier. Looks like it is down to... Looks like it's down to 14. Oh my god. Did he do 4 damage that entire shooting phase? Jesus. So the awkward. So here's some boxcars. You roll boxcars now, of course, as soon as you move to the charge phase. So we're in the charge phase, and he does a little cool somersault. Very cool. But the downside there, obviously, is that now the Bloodthirster cannot be killed by the Abominant, and it. Yeah, here comes the War Dog too, and the Bloodthirster has a very good chance. Obviously, the Abominant is -1 to be hit and wounded, which means he doesn't automatically get vaporized by the Bloodthirster, but it is a very good chance that that Abominant is dead to the Bloodthirster. He also has Veil of Bedron Guard, which I believe will give him a 4+ invulnerable save in melee, which will help quite a bit, but not. You don't want to be hoping against hope that your opponent's like big D3 +3 damage axe doesn't cut you in half with that.
3s again. Talking 5. Whatever you're.
I agree. Peace Mini, 100%. Yeah.
4 of them.
40k.
Damage.
It can come down to individual dice, but generally speaking, because of the size of the game, you roll so many dice over the course of the game that you tend to balance out over the course. I've definitely had games, like even very recently, where I've gotten tilted by early dice, and then it comes back in the late game and changes the outcome. And that happens quite a bit because you just have so many individual dice rolls happening. The downside is that when you are playing these low model count armies, your individual dice rolls are significantly more relevant. It looks like we aren't even dropping this Bloodthirster below 10 wounds right now. He's barely even bracketed currently.
I always forget about his tail.
Just rolling out the secondary
The
attack.
profile is so similar to the base weapon. It's
I
like
don't know.
you're just wasting our time with that.
Actually, let me just. Oh, you pegged them. So
I agree with you that X-Wing Super Dice Read does
they're
Ben and
still
Chi-Chat.
under hysteric frenzy.
I actually ended up giving up X-Wing because every time I went to a tournament, I would have one game where I felt like dice just decided the outcome regardless of what I did. It was very frustrating.
Looking for strength 5, so I'm looking for 5s, reroll 1s from the transweavers near them. So
What's your AP? It's got to be disgusting, right?
just AP2.
Oh wow. When I think Slanesh, I always think 4.
Yeah, no. 3, 6, 8. John the 5s.
8 at 5.
That's 2 each, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 damage. And then they get 5 tail stabs.
Brings them to 16.
2 on the tail stabs. These are AP3 for 3.
AP 3 for 3. And there was 2 of them, you said?
2 of them, yeah.
2, okay.
So 6 more.
Down to 10.
And you can proceed with the rest of your fighting.
Okay, so we'll go over here.
So
I have 5 attacks.
an interrupt from the fiends there, half killing the Chaos Knight in the center.
Yep.
These dice are still on fire.
Yeah, they're popping.
3s.
Oh my. 1,
wounds.
4 up. Nope. 3
damage.
3 damage? 5 ups. Nope. Take another 3 for me.
Is that cap yet, or I haven't even hit it?
No, you didn't get it. No, you didn't get it.
It hardly matters. The turn's over, but.
Since I'm defending player, I'll get this. Oh, you go here first. Yeah,
We got one more. They're 4 wounds each.
4 wounds.
T4.
You're -1 to hit because you're in combat with them. T4, 5 up, feel no pain. 5 up, demon save.
Alright, I'll do the sweet profile. So it'll be 15 attacks because of Iconoclast. At -1, so normally I'd be hitting on 2s, but I'm degraded and an additional -1.
So 4s, right?
4s. And then strength 8 into T4, so 2s.
Yep.
So 5 wounds, 2 damage each.
So 5 up, demon save first. Make 2 of them.
So
And
1
then,
dead.
so it's 5 up, feel no pain as well. So I will do 2 of the 3 to start, see if it kills him. He'll live on 2.
Oh no.
He'll live on 1. So
this is Delightful Agonies coming into play here.
doesn't kill any.
kill
One's
any.
Oh my god. and
5
they
up save,
blanked
and then a
it?
5 up feel no pain.
No way.
Nasty.
That's
so
like a
I'm
Tyranid
defender,
warrior
so
level
she'll go now.
survivability.
Yep.
-1 to
we'll do
hit,
the sword
5
first.
up, 5
she'll
up
pick him
again.
up this time.
Boatload of
I don't
wounds.
have, any CP for
Absolutely
this one.
wild.
Right. 2.
2 saves at
AP3, so 6 ups. 6 damage, and then she has her 4 claws.
Oh, rolling for reserves, chat. Oh
did.
my god.
so.
It's been so long I'd forgotten about that. I have a vivid memory when I was a little kid in high school, maybe middle school, I forget. I was a little baby boy, and my friend and I were playing in my attic, and I rolled for a Terminator Chaos Lord who was coming out of Deep Strike, and he rolled a 1 every turn to come out of Deep Strike. And I think you automatically came in turn 6, I think, and that ended up happening. And then turn 5, I was like losing the game. I was like, I need this like 200-point Chaos Lord to come in, and I rolled a 1, and I just yelled, "Damn it!" in my little weedy middle schooler voice, and I threw the dice across the room, and my friend freaked out. He thought I was gonna like murder him. I was so mad. I just like quit the game right there. I was so angry. Yeah, that mechanic was terrible. Time to see what this Bloodthirster can do now, too.
Ouch.
6.
Oh, yeah, 1 wound Terminators for sure. That was even worse, too, because you would put...
-1 of wounds.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. So 4.
Yeah.
Yep. 4 AP
You would put
4.
dozens of saves into Terminators and they would pass them all, but every failed one, like you were always hoping for that failed one because it would kill like a 30-point model. So this is... Looks like all of the damage went through onto the Chaos Knight at the top here, fighting the Bloodthirster for 22.
Okay, so he's down to 6.
And then at the end of the fight
Those
phase,
House Herpatrax wounds like keeping this guys alive, but
select a
man,
unit
his
within
wounds
engagement
dropping really
range.
quickly.
Subtract.
And we have
Roll
the potential for
D6
targeted
on a
might
2-up.
knock
They
that guy
take
out,
D3
too.
mortals. I subtract 2 if you're a character or infantry. Oh, I'm sorry. I subtract 2 if you are an infantry character. So I'll go for the Abominant.
Yep.
So 2-up. It's gonna take another 3 mortals.
Oh.
And that's the additional ability
What's that
on those
put him
Bloodthirsters to grab you after they've hit you with that axe.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's it, right? That concludes the turn. She's
And that
gonna
should be an
actually scoot
easy
up
bolt
just
of
3 onto
change
here.
from
Concludes the
the
turn, right?
Fate Skimmer this coming turn to knock that
So,
guy out and be the first
You
dead
will
Titanic
get.
unit this game.
I now
Brutal.
hold 4.
These Chaos Demons are
well, you hold
absolutely
2. So you,
brutalizing their knight compatriots this turn. Disgusting.
Point.
oh, right, from being in dread range, right?
Yeah, I'll get 1 point.
1 point from Tyranny.
Yeah, I'm like 99% sure I still get a point.
Okay.
Because that's right. Because you get the bonus point is within. You just have to be within 12 inches of 3 objectives for your draft.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so-
Actually, so I owe you another one for the first turn. You should be at 5. I believe. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. First turn I got 3.
Well, you held more, which is 3, right?
No, it's 2 points for controlling 3, and then 1 point for being in range of 3. So that's how
Gotcha.
it becomes 3 points.
Oh, okay.
So
So you're at 4 for Tyranny.
Oh yeah, Deep Strike Scattering was always brutal, chat, for sure. The one I hated was there was a Deep Strike mishap where your opponent would place the teleporting unit, which was just like they might as well have been dead because the tables were so big and everyone was so slow. Like you couldn't advance back in the day. So you would like in 4th edition or whatever. So you would mishap and they would put you in the back corner somewhere, and the unit would never be relevant to the game ever. It just felt so bad. Like they got to hit the table, but it didn't matter.
5. They're just gonna go.
Look at that gorgeous Keeper
Here.
of Secrets, by the way, chat. Absolutely amazing paint jobs with these Chaos Demons, too. But the one thing I'm really excited about with the Chaos Demons
So is
Codex
that
is seeing
10
all
now?
these huge, gorgeously modeled, beautifully painted Greater Demons come out of the woodwork and start seeing table time again, because they're some of the coolest models in the whole game.
1 model this turn.
Yeah, I suppose so. Flamers are gonna advance 4, 16 because they're flyers.
Oh, they jump over. Oh,
Yeah, they're
No,
flyers.
you shoot him. You could table me this turn.
No, I need my points.
Oh no, you're gonna drag me into the following turns.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't mind.
The other flamer unit will also advance.
Yep.
The big one for a 13.
Look at
Other
them
side of the
go.
wall
That's the
here.
other benefit of these Flamers. Well, we're considering these guys. Just keep in mind this is a 25 point per model unit, so 125 points per unit in this list for 5 of them apiece. And move 12, fly, with a D6 plus 3-inch flamer, strength 5, AP 2, with a bunch of bonuses to wound.
To me, they don't hit super hard, but the fact that, I mean, they don't hit super hard for their points, but they're doing so much stuff. Like, they are actually really good units.
I need to get more in a quadrant.
I think it sounds like Max didn't believe them at the start of the game, and he's coming around.
Bloodletters over here.
Somebody should have watched my video about how broken they are.
They'll go for the 9-inch charge, because why not? If you can just scoot them so they're 9 inches from that lad, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have a Bloodletter unit coming out of Deep Strike as well. Incredible. Good stuff, chat.
The Fate
One thing it's important to note is that this
Skimmer.
event is actually not using the extended engagement rule for obscuring terrain. So, per the rules as written in the latest data slate update, obscuring terrain also, if a melee range is being drawn through it, also extends your melee range by an inch. So you get a 2-inch engagement range, which allows you an 8-inch charge out of Deep Strike in a lot of situations. And especially with the Demonic Manifestation rule, which in some cases allows demons to Deep Strike closer than normal, they can get really, really easy and almost unfailable charges out of Deep Strike at units that are close to terrain. This event is not using that rule. Instead, they have a modified version of the WTC Ruins rule, where units will essentially proxy themselves if they were to charge into the solid wall of a ruin. And you just use a theater of the mind's eye, essentially, to pretend that you have successfully made your charge and determine where you actually end up.
I'm going to attempt Phantasmagoria to lower his leadership.
Okay.
7 will do it. Would you like to try to deny that?
We'll give it a shot.
Oh, cocked. Reroll it. Don't roll a 1.
Perfectly
Roll anything but a 1. Denied. I will attempt to Psychic Ritual.
Yep.
7.
Who did that? I'll try it. Whoops.
Don't roll a 1. You rolled a 1? Ritual's done. Let me check that off. Fate Skimmer is going to cast on the Abominant. He's going to cast Bolt of Change. 4, 5. I'll CP reroll it.
Oh, that reminds me, I'll go back up to 1 for the turn.
Still go off on a 10.
Yep.
You should have another deny if you want to try it.
No, I'm out.
Oh, okay.
You only get 2 with 2 Psychers.
Oh, right. So yes. So 9 dice, 5 ups. He's going to take 1, 2, 3 mortals. He's got 3 health.
On this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I had another CP.
Yeah, there's that
It'd
target
be nice if
smite
your Feel No
happening.
Pain went off.
Blast that
Yeah,
Abominant down, and no explosion for him.
And I will
Bolt of Change is
attempt
such a
to smite
badass
him.
psychic power, chat. So good.
No. Oh, yes. Actually, +1 from the Chanting Horrors. So
Yeah, Keeper stuck around. The
mortals,
Bloodthirster
then.
drew all the fire from the Keeper, and Adam used that
puts him
early
to 12.
3-wound heal off of the Warp Storm on turn 1 to keep her at top bracket. So
Then we'll go
she's
to
still
shooting?
kicking just fine, actually, right at her mid bracket, or at
Flamers.
right at the cusp of her top
First
bracket
group.
there.
5.
Lists are in the
It's gonna
video
be
description chat. Unfortunately, our bot is
10,
broken for
15,
today, so
30
it's not,
shots.
not posting the commands correctly.
Oh, you this twice. Rerolling 1s. No, the Fate Skimmer's not there. So, just 1, 2, 3, 4 from the first.
Yep.
And 5, 6, 7. 7 saves from the first group of them.
Yep.
AP 2 for 1.
Said 7, right?
Yeah, so
AP 2, 1, 2, 3.
that's 6 damage.
5 fails. Oh, you said it's
AP 2 for 1.
Did you say 6 saves?
7.
7. Okay, yeah, so I failed 5. Take 5 damage.
Okay.
Yep, down to 9.
Next group. Oh, number of shots is going to be 10, 18, 33. So I owe you this twice and an extra one on the next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, and then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 more saves.
I spaced. Did you say 15 or 16?
16 saves, yeah.
actually pretty good roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
So yeah, 1? Okay. Just charges.
Yep.
Just charge him.
Okay.
Good on a 7. That's it. So the charge first.
Yep.
Looking at 10, so now she's bracketed. So 5 attacks. Strength 8, T8, so 4s. It's going to be 3.
3 wounds.
Yep. AP 3 for 3.
Goes.
So all of them.
Yeah, I'll go through, yeah.
9 damage.
9 damage, down to 1.
And then her claws, which no, they don't degrade, they're malefic. All hit. 1 wound.
At.
AP 4 for 3.
Okay, so it goes through, kills him. 6 up. Nope. Man, that would have been the 1.
She'll heal 1 more for killing something. Oh, that was with the claws. She won't heal.
Oof.
Stay at 10.
There goes.
And then you can fight the Bloodthirster
The
first since you're
second
defending.
big night.
Okay.
We got this War Dog in the top left here fighting at the Bloodthirster. It does have a chance to kill it. Bloodthirster down to 8. So it would have to put 8 through a 5+ damage ignore to potentially kill it.
Attacks this time. Am I wounded? A little bit, but not enough.
No.
2 hits. 2 wounds.
Alright, Bloodthirster, what do you got, buddy? Good
up.
die here.
4 up. Yeah,
CP
we'll use the
reroll?
CP on it. So 1 will go through for 3 damage.
Yep.
5 ups. Yep, 3 damage.
8 down to 5.
And I don't actually know. He is in his last bracket. So he's going to get 6 attacks. I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 attacks. And
Bloodthirster
we
down
will
to
be hitting on
bottom bracket
4s.
here.
And we are still strength 16, so 2s. And those are still AP 4 for D3 plus 3.
D3 plus 3, that's enough.
D3 plus min 4. Yeah, it's
That's
just,
enough.
yeah.
So I'm going to auto explode.
Yep.
See if we can take that guy out.
5
He is
up.
the Warlord. He's worth 4.
Yep. Oh, he'll take that 1.
Oh, but he doesn't die. That's unfortunate. Pretty cute. Pretty
and
cute
then I'll
use
pass
there.
it to you.
Okay.
I'll just score out. So Reality Rebels, I'll get my 5. And at the end.
Why was he talking about not tabling? It might be an event roll.
After my turn, I get a CP.
Yep.
In some cases, a table locks you at 70
I gotta
victory
roll
points,
Warp
but I
Storm.
think that's generally only if your opponent concedes.
Storm.
So I think if he tables, he will
1,
just
2,
continue
3,
to solitaire
4,
out the
5,
points, and I don't think
6.
it'll matter.
Woo.
Why didn't you charge with the these guys? Whatever. I forgot to bring this guy in. I'm doing it now.
Just like that.
So here,
you
we do
still
have
have
the warp.
oh, it's hold
the
2,
Warp
never
Born
mind.
Stalker here. Gonna be jumping in. How exciting the guard
think
codex
I
will
can
be
do
here, Sam?
that.
Absolutely. We do have a couple guard players at the event today, so I'm sure they're very excited about it. And there's a lot of people who are excited about playing with guard, who are currently playing different factions. Although to be fair, like guard are not in the worst spot right now. I have a game scheduled on Monday, by the way. If you aren't following on Twitch, jump over to twitch.tv/tacticaltortoisetv. I stream TTS games there every weekday besides Tuesdays, generally, either live gameplay or commentary. So go hang out with me over there. But I have a game scheduled on Monday against a guard player, and I'm actually a little bit trepidatious about it. Having played against a mixed Imperium list previously, I lost a ton of units to tank commanders, and my opponent's playing a ton of tank commanders. And I think that tank commanders plus a bunch of infantry that are going to be really good at screening and gumming up the works and outnumbering of Tyranids on objectives, then it's going to be pretty tough. So it looks like here comes a Warpborn Stalker coming into the back here. Also, the opportunity to maybe pop in the demon deployment zone and start dealing with the demonettes and or the nurglings. But it looks like we're just going to be fighting. Skip shooting. Okay. CP reroll. No. Trying to get that guy into melee with the bloodletters. Not doing anything with the other guy, and I think we're just going to be wrapping up the game here very quickly. Kind of excited to get this matchup on the stream. So he scored nothing on primary for Max that turn at the top of round 3. Going into bottom round 3, we should 12 for Adam. Both players getting their CP. And then we are actually healing some of the demons back just to ensure that they remain at top bracket.
I'm a hitting on fours, baby. Woo!
Yeah, so it looks like we are angling for a max here from Adam's Chaos Demons, just calculating out the score. He's already at 70 points to the Chaos Knights, somewhere around 20. Not good enough, unfortunately, to get them through so far. But very cool to see the Chaos Demons in action, putting the as much weight as they can bear onto these Chaos Knights.
6, so he'll pay 3 mortals.
That was a 9.
Shooting. Do you want me to roll that out?
What?
Do you want me to roll that?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Does he explode?
All right.
Just
Charges.
just assuming that the Flamers
Keeper
are going
will
to kill
charge
a War Dog. Yeah, that's a pretty fair assumption. It's a lot of Flamers.
So 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna be.
So now just going to see if
4
this Keeper kills this War Dog.
for a 6-up save for you, and they're 3 damage each.
How many? Did you say 4?
4, yeah.
6 ups. Me too. Wow.
6 damage.
Hey, look at
And then
that.
her 4 snippy claws. Real good. None. Your
damage.
fight back.
Unbelievable. 4 attacks. Am I minus anything to hit you in combat?
-1 to hit.
-1 to hit, so hitting on 6s. Or actually, no, this is the first round of combat, so 1 more.
Yeah, so Reality Rebels will cap. Did all of our ritual. So, your go.
All right. Yeah, we'll skip shooting, go right into combat. 4 attacks this time, because it's second round, no hits. Over to you.
Ooh, the slaps. Wah.
I appreciate these players just basically making the mop up here as quick as possible.
4? 4 of them,
Having,
6-up save, 3 damage.
Just not even making mostly pointless ranged attacks.
All right.
And that is the last of the Chaos Knights
So
down. And
we
that is
got
going to be a
Assassinate
decisive
0, unfortunately.
Oh, no, I know.
Grind
Chaos Demons
0.
victory.
4 for primary, and Tyranny you got 4, 5, 4.
Oh, yeah, you absolutely dumpstered me.
So it should be, I think it's 4 for primary, 10 for painted, and you had 4 for Tyranny, so 18.
Yeah, something like that.
Is that right? Okay. And then
I'll tell you, I've, in like 5 tournaments, never been tabled before.
no,
Never. Not with Chaos Knights.
I'm glad I could be
And
the
I've,
first.
actually, they've all been Chaos Knights, so good
It was a
work,
good game, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you go.
no, it was tough. I'm gonna.
I mean,
Max's
I've
first
been
tabling.
sloppy today, but even still, like, you wrecked me. Yeah. Yeah.
Flamer's OP indeed, chat, for sure. Yeah, that was a absolutely brutal game. Players turned off their microphones, so they're just going to talk things out now. But yeah, congratulations to Adam for taking this game down. I think Max did get a little bit aggressive there. He moved all of his War Dogs to the center of the table, not really respecting the threat ranges of the Demons. The downside of the Demons Codex is it doesn't have a ton of reach unless you're playing Soul Grinders. So while the units themselves are fast, they don't have incredible range. And I think that were Max to play a little bit cagier and maybe push for the side objectives rather than pushing up the middle with the majority of his knights, he could have certainly prevented a lot of that turn 1 damage and at least kept the game going a little bit longer. But yeah, GG to these players. Absolutely superlative showing from Adam here and the Chaos Demons, and I'm sure we'll see, I hope we'll see Adam in the future. He is the only pure Chaos Demons player at the event, although we do have a smattering of Chaos Demons elsewhere in other lists. Looks like we also have another score going in. Cullen Burns going down 47-93 to Alexei Yetkovsky's Yanari. Right? Yanari? Yeah. Right? Yeah, Yanari. Good stuff. Yanari with the 1-0. But those are the only 2 games that are completed for this round, chat. We got this one done in about 90 minutes. It was a lightning game of 40k, which means that we have about an hour and a little bit until the next round. I'm going to go ahead and throw it to a pre-stream here, chat, while the players go ahead and knock the remainder out. But stay tuned. I'll put as soon as I have the final timing for the next game, I will throw that up there. And as soon as I have a look at what the matchups are as well, I will get that up there as well. So thanks everyone for tuning in so far. I'm glad we got to stream this game of Chaos Demons, and so far it's kind of been my experience with Chaos Demons as well. Faction, it's pretty good. It's also super fun to play. It's very dynamic. There's a lot of stuff going on, which is pretty impressive, so I'm super excited about it. All right, chat, thanks everyone for hanging out. I will see you in the next game. Appreciate everyone who's here.
probably don't give a ton for Bring It Down.
Bring it down, you would don't take it. You're only going to get 1, 2. You'll get 4 points. Like, take no prisoners.
There it is.
If you want any
What's
advice.
up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. We are live with the quarterfinals. The 2-0 players at the top here of the Fall GT, Portal Fall GT, excuse me. This is probably going to be the most meta matchup that we see this weekend because it is Josh Gajda playing Tyranids versus Alexander Fennel playing the Necrons. I am getting the score sheet input for everybody. The players are just going through their list right now, so I figured that we would just let them do that, and that's what we'll do. So we'll bring that live momentarily, and I will give it to them to go through their lists and secondaries.
Alright. So whoever, before they declare reserves and transports, reposition. Alright, so let's... Oh, it's corner to corner, sweet. In case you care, my because everything's OBSEC, if it's already OBSEC, it counts as twice as many models. I only have one unit that does that. It's the my 5-man immortal unit. Player who's okay. Whenever you're ready, I've got my secondaries.
I got mine all set.
Alright, so I'm taking Purge the Vermin, which is for every board quarter you are not in and my deployment zone, I get 1 point.
Okay.
So theoretically, I could get 5 if you have no models left.
Yep.
You have to be fully within, and flyers don't count.
Okay.
The next one I have is Activate Ancient Machinery. The 4 objectives that are not in my deployment zone, sorry, not this one.
Yep.
If I can go and do an action, it completes at the end of my turn, and I get 4 points for doing it.
Okay.
And then Artifacts of Aeons, it's these 3 objectives in the middle. If I control 1, I get 2 points. If I control 3, I get 3. Sorry, if I control 2, I get 3. And if I control all 3, I get 5.
Okay.
Dude, it's further over, I think. It's 30 inches.
Oh, it's 30. I don't know, I'm doing 22.
So they're all Necron secondaries.
You will probably score 100, so...
I honestly don't know what your army does. So if I make the right move, it's because it's completely accidental.
What it does is be not good against Necrons. That is one of the main things that it does.
All right, well,
Pretty consistently.
Okay, well, we'll see about that. Okay. I'm happy if that works out, but which ones are you doing?
So I have No Prisoners, Warp Ritual, and Assassinate.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, you want to... Are we good?
I did all the other ones, just need that corner.
Okay. All right, buddy, so...
We determine deployments, so 1,
3.
Attacker or Defender.
So... well, I'll be... Just to keep it easy, I'll be the attacker.
Okay.
So... I reposition...
So I pick this side, and then...
So I reposition one of... So either one of these, or either one of these.
Yep.
And then
I do
you...
the reverse.
All right.
Or do
So, and it only goes 6. So I will pick this one.
You do 1 and 1.
I'll put it here.
Oh, you do 1, I do 1 and 1, and then you do the last one.
Yeah, yeah. So you're going to do that one and then one of mine.
Okay.
Okay.
So pretty much.
Score sheet is updated. Let's talk about some lists, chat. It looks like the list bot is actually may actually be working once again, so that's exciting. Exclamation point lists in the chat if you want to check those out. They are also in the video description under the Game 2 lists link, so you can check those out there. Let's talk about these two lists. So, moving on, we'll talk about Necrons first, I guess. The Alex's Necrons list here is relatively standard build. We are running the OBSEC Dynasty, OBSEKH as it is known, which gives everyone objective secured, double objective secured if they are already OBSEC, and relentlessly expansionist, so a 6-inch pre-game move. We have a patrol detachment coming out of that dynasty, bringing 2 Canoptic Plasma Sites. These are excellent individual drops. They are they still maintain the bonus of being objective secured, so they're a single objective secured model. Kind of a nice little Cyberwolf kind of effect, although they do also die if they end the morale phase outside of 6 inches of a destroyer unit. So you do have to keep them near your destroyers, but it's nice to have them, and they do have some targeting restrictions if they're near destroyers as well. We have a Chronomancer, that one bringing the Veil of Darkness, so he can teleport a unit with him anywhere on the table once per game. An Immortal unit with 5 Immortals, 2 units of 6 Scorpec Destroyers, as well as 1 unit of 7 Locust Destroyers, including 1 Heavy Destroyer with a Gauss Destructor. These are a unit that we're seeing more and more heavily included in Necron lists, and I really like the inclusion of, because it gives the list a little bit of a ranged punch. It's obviously not the scariest unit in range. It's a relatively effective, but they do have a stratagem for 2 CP to full reroll their wound rolls, which means alongside their own bonuses and rerolls to hit and their full rerolls to wound, they can effectively be full rerolling and are a good sink for command points, which oftentimes Necrons have a tough time spending. We have that followed up by an Outrider detachment, this one bringing a Technomancer, a Canoptech Reanimator, and a unit of Tomb Spiders, alongside 3 units of Scarab Swarms, 2 of 9, 1 of 3, and another Fast Boy unit, a unit of Ophidian Destroyers, as well as a unit of Tomb Blades. Those Tomb Blades are excellent for performing actions. Similarly, for the Canoptech Scarab Swarms, these Scarab Swarms can also just be a boatload of wounds to eat mortal wounds, or just to steal objectives away from people, since they're all relatively fast. Last, but certainly not least, in this list is the great man himself, the Silent King, who's going to be buffing the list with rerolls to hit with ranged attacks and rerolls to wound in melee. Good stuff. Pretty classic variety of Necron objective secured build. We are bringing a glut of destroyers with the 2 Scorpic units, 1 Ophidian unit, and the 1 Locust Destroyer unit, but that is sort of the direction that Necrons are heading, with those destroyers all representing really heavy damage on the opponent. Moving over to Josh Gajda's list. This is a High Fleet Leviathan list, so everything gets a transhuman effect if it is a Synapse creature, but if it is not, and within 6 inches of a Synapse creature, it gets a Stalwart effect instead. We have a Hive Tyrant in a Battalion detachment, this one bringing the Shard Gullet Venom Cannon, so a 5 damage heavy Venom Cannon. Alongside perfectly adapted to give him a floating reroll, and we also have the Leviathan trait to get a floating reroll as well. So this guy is extremely good at converting his attacks. He is shooting for 3 shots, hitting on 2s, winning strength 10, I believe, winning most of the game on 2s or 3s, and has 2 rerolls he can use at any point during that sequence, which is super good for AP 5/5 damage. We have 2 Neurothropes in that detachment. This is a build that I love particularly because one of them, bringing the Resonance Barb alongside Direct Guidance, can play a little bit up in the fray and use Psychic secondaries, or use Psychic actions to score secondaries very effectively. The second Neurothrope bringing Synaptic Tendrils in order to give 2 instances of Warp Siphon to roll 3d6 and drop the lowest to cast. We also have a unit of Gargoyles in there, 2 units of 5 Warriors with a single Venom Cannon apiece. As this is sort of where things get a little bit spicy, because normally we see the 9-man Warrior bricks in a High Fleet Leviathan detachment, but we're bringing the 5-mans instead, alongside a unit of Tyrant Guard to keep that Hive Tyrant alive, 1 unit of Zoanthropes, 1 unit of Venomthropes, a unit of Biovores, as well as 2 Carnifexes with Chitin Thorns and Hand Senses, heavy Venom Cannons, and Scything Talons, alongside a Tyrannifex and a Harpy. The Tyrannifex has Voracious Ammunition, so it deals additional D3 mortal wounds on a 2+ at the end of its shooting activation against something that it dealt a wound to. And the Harpy with 2 heavy venom cannon, so very expensive build of a Harpy with Dermic Symbiosis to give it a 4+ baked in invulnerable save. But this is the most difficult and heaviest hitting build of a Harpy that you can bring. Whew, chat, we got through it. Incredible. Good stuff. I'm excited for this matchup, chat. This is a matchup that I love to play. It's probably, I mean, it's the number 1 and number 2 probably best armies in the game. Maybe Harlequins nudging themselves in there and Adeptus Sororitas, like, you know, cheerleading on the sidelines. But it's 2 of the best armies in the game fighting each other, and it's always a really tight game every time we see it. Both of these armies have really have some pretty important counters to one another. Obviously, we see in the top, very, very top right-hand side of the table here, as Josh is deploying, we are on secure missing artifacts while we're here, chat, I should mention. So we have 5 objectives. The players have moved them in the pre-game phase. It looks like Alex has moved his bottom left objective further into his deployment zone to make it more difficult to score or to contest from his opponent. And both players have moved the opposite objective from their deployment zone objective closer towards themselves to make it more easy for them to contest their opponents and control their opponents. I think Josh has potentially pushed his objective forward a little bit, which allows him to dominate that center area of the table, which is certainly going to benefit him because Josh really wants to get that Tyrannifex and his warriors up in the fray as quickly as possible. Essentially, Necron secondary objective scoring is so strong that they will come out the gate swinging with enormous point swings, and Josh's only recourse is to rely on the immense damage that Tyranids can provide to just try to table Alex as quickly as possible. That's how this matchup goes, chat. The Necrons will be scoring tons and tons of points. Generally speaking, their stuff is slightly less effective than Tyranids, but Tyranid secondary objectives are significantly less effective than Necrons are. So the Tyranid player is going to try to kill a bunch of Necrons, and the Necron player is going to try to score a bunch of points, and whichever one gets to the the breaking point of the other player first will win the game, and that tends to be kind of a coin flip.
Put my guy down here.
Right. Warrior squad, second warrior squad out in the back.
Okay, another one of these plasma sites will go down there.
Second Neuroscope out.
Nurgle, are you timing out the Slanesh bots in chat there, buddy? Come on, man. We have to ban them. We have to get rid of them forever. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for the last game of the day, by the way. I really appreciate it. We will be live tomorrow as well.
Some of my vehicles will be as soon as your movement phase ends,
Should be live starting around 10 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time tomorrow morning on top. So that will be for the semifinals and finals. But I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to be one of the toughest games of the weekend, especially for Josh. Alex did just win the hometown hero, Dan Wolmuth, who is normally the favorite to win these Portal events. He is a local to the store and tends to do extremely well in the events here. But it did go down in a very close game to Alex.
Onto the stream.
It's like, yeah, these are some seriously ugly, seriously very bright armies.
Pink and Daisy into the Rainbow Force. Yeah, I like it.
So let's pause this. Good luck, buddy.
Good luck.
Looks like World to Go First happening.
All right.
6
and
6.
6.
Let's reroll.
Ooh, gonna be one of those games. I see how it is.
5. Oh man.
It's on you, buddy. Oh no, put it on me. I get a pre-game move. Going second is actually pretty good here.
Yeah, I didn't want to go first, really.
So Josh taking the first turn, definitely. There is there's a benefit in it. It's both a blessing and a curse going first against Necrons. Obviously, one of the big benefits of Necrons, like we talked about, is their ability to score secondary objectives. One of the tools that they have to do that is Ancient Machineries. It's their Shadow Operation Secondary that lets them perform an action on center line objectives effectively that they control. They'll score points for each one of those that they complete the action on, 4 points per objective. So going first allows them to move up, and that action completes if their objective secured in a single turn, which means that if they go first on the first turn, they can use their pregame move plus their long base movement to get to one of those center objectives and immediately complete the action, which scores them an easy couple of points. But obviously, if the Tyranid player is going first, they can put their own objective secured on those frontline objectives and make that more difficult for the Necron player, to a point that the Necron player may not even actually get to complete that action, and they may be locked down to 8 points on it, on that secondary, which is pretty brutal. On the flip side, not really getting to shoot anything on the first turn kind of sucks, although the terrain is a little bit sparse in the terrain format that we are using right now, and it does look like we are going to be able to get some shots from these Carnifexes along the edges into Necron, the Necron heavy infantry.
To this guy, so he's +1 to hit, rerolling ones to hit.
Got it. Oh, you know what? Actually, I have to. I'm going to write my dynastic protocols down. Every turn, something new happens.
Okay. I'm going to start by... Those gargoyles are just going to get shot off the board if I try to take that.
I got the good stuff, yo.
They can at least make you focus that way. I'm going to advance the gargoyles.
Right on.
4 on 12 is 16.
You want some help? Oh, no, you got it.
Here's how they move.
Sweet.
Just running those gorgeous gens across
Funny,
the
that's
table.
how my scarabs move.
What's that? 27 off. Very good.
Yeah, Josh would love to get a good shot with that Tyrannifex, but the Tyrannifex with the acid spray has a very difficult time getting lines of fire.
Still not going to get
To be fair, it is an auto-hitting ranged weapon.
I need to move forward.
What will typically happen is that once it gets to that center objective, it will get bogged down by the heavy infantry of the Necrons. It will usually take a little while to kill. 17 wounds, 4+ invulnerable save. If we have called a zone throw up imperative, will keep it alive for quite a while. And once it's engaged in melee, it will still be able to fire basically without penalty.
He's got a 2+ save, and right now he's got a 4+ invuln.
Okay.
So we did call zone throw up imperative on turn 1, it sounds like. So all of the monsters in the Tyranid army is going to have a 4+ invuln. All the infantry is going to have a 5+. That's going to keep
Is he a
the
character?
He is not.
Scorpic destroyers and the
Also
Ophidian
advance
destroyers
and then
probably
just go right
off
there
of
and
the
get a
back
target.
of the Tyranid player for the first turn, and it will mitigate some of the damage from the Silent King's shooting.
So effects. These guys are now a separate unit. They're still going to do that. These guys are going to normally move forward, get tangled on everyone. That's going to happen a lot.
Yeah, that happens to me as well.
Harpy, what can you do for me, buddy?
So the biggest mistake that
I mean,
Josh could commit here is pushing that Harpy too far forward too fast and get it killed by the ranged emplacements in the back of the Necron army. Fortunately for him, Harpies are extremely maneuverable, and they do not have to go very far in order to get shots. And it looks like we are just going to keep it on that top left-hand side of the table.
He has 18 wounds as well.
13.
Okay.
He's got a 4-up invuln, 3-up regular. I can transhuman him with a stratagem. These guys. Are going to block as much as they can.
So we can see that harpy up at the top there, at the top of the screen. Biovore is screening out the back line for Veil of Darkness, Deep Strike.
Forward.
Worst thing that could happen here is to get a Scorpic Destroyer unit accidentally charging into his back line. It is important to remember, because we are looking at Deep Strikes happening, is that this event has ruled that it is not using the extended engagement range rule that was introduced in the most recent data slate update. Instead, it's using a modified version of the WTC and Ruins engagement rule, where you just, if you charge into a wall, you just sort of pretend that you're there. So you can't be screened out from a wall, but you also don't get any bonuses to your engagement range. Looks like we're going to be forcing the Zone Thropes into the center of the table. I'm a little bit worried about those guys because they're so strong in the late game that losing them early could be really bad. It is an extremely neon table chat. The players were commenting beforehand that this is sort of a visual vomit of two color schemes fighting each other.
That's not a lot.
It does look like we're going to be able to get a couple shots off with the heavy guns in this Tyranid army. I think we should see most of a destroyer unit get laid low. Upside for Necrons here, of course, is that they do have a Technomancer in their army, which means that one of those destroyers, assuming the unit isn't removed, will be coming back to life for free. However, those destroyed models, still count towards the total wounds dealt for no prisoners. So there is still some benefit to killing them and forcing that Technomancer to regenerate them.
This is not good. Advance the other neurotrope.
So right now, it looks like we're trying to push the Psyker characters as far forward as we can to threaten a Psychic or a Warp Ritual
and
cast.
Advance the second warrior squad.
Right? The Silent King is the only Psychic
Even my dice don't want me to.
contestation that the Necron player has, and he's been deployed in the very back of his own deployment zone. You can't even see him on the screen here. I guess we can push a little bit over to the right, but he's in the very bottom left of the screen, which means he has no way to deny that middle objective right now.
Where are your wizards? Let me just measure my 24.
So these guys, technically,
So I could deny this.
you could. I don't think that they have any good targets for their stuff. Neuroparasite on. What's the toughness on these scarabs?
T3.
Alright, so they'll probably neuroparasite. We can give that a shot then. To start, so everyone, all of my psychic except for this guy is rolling 3 dice, taking the highest, or taking whatever I want. So I guess I'll start with the one that you can deny. Try to neuroparasite in 18 inches. Thank you.
What does that do?
So this
So it works on an 8.
+3. And let me make sure I'm not cheating. I can do this on a line of sight. Select one unit within synaptic link range or within 18 inches. Roll a d6 for each model, and for each roll that exceeds that model's toughness characteristic, that model suffers one more wound. So it's an 11 if you wanted to die.
I got nothing else. Can they cast another spell?
No.
And that's the only one I can deny, right? So I need you got an 11, so I need a 12.
Yep.
No real surprise.
Okay.
So there's 9 models.
9 models. 2, 3, 4. 79.
Very good spell
looking for
against
fours.
those little T3 chaff infantry
1, 2,
units.
3, 4.
Looks like we're going to clip a base out. There you go. Easy peasy.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 mortal wounds. All right, sweet. One guy dies.
Very nice for a
Yeah, 4
psychic
wounds.
test that doesn't really cost us anything.
Gross. Okay, so
That was good. No,
think
not
it's
needing line of sight. That's awesome.
mostly going to be support now. So do you do mortal wounds? Do Necrons do mortal wounds?
My army doesn't.
Okay.
There are there are other builds that will do a lot, but it's not psychics. They're just rolling dice. Usually on a 3-up, they do mortals too.
I am out of range of these with him. So I guess I'll try paroxysm on. Oh, the scarabs aren't going to do anything. I'll skip that. I'm going to.
Sweet.
He'll do nothing. Support-wise, I will have this gentleman start by casting Catalyst, and I will put it through on the big boy.
That's feel no pain. Is that right?
Feel no pain. He's got a +2, so I'll take 8, 9, 10.
It's a truly interactive part of the game. I just get to watch.
The other thing he has is Onslaught, and I guess I'll put Onslaught on these guys so they can shoot normally. Yeah, they moved over. So +2, 8, 9, 10. Just lets them advance and shoot their guns.
Yeah.
And charge if they want to.
Yeah.
Going to the other guy, I'll try to Hive Nexus, and I'll put Hive Nexus on these guys. He gets a +1 to cast, so he'll get a 12. And that will give them +1 to their psychic tests and a 5-up feel no pain against mortal wounds.
All right. And that's on the zone threats?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an interesting choice. Not sure that there's too much mortal wound output happening right now from the Necron army.
Nothing doing for everything else.
If at all.
And then the shooting
Not that there
phase.
are many too much
So I got
greater
this
things
guy,
you can do
got
with
that
it.
guy, got this
It is
guy.
what it is.
Put the lights in over here. I would like to kill these guys as quickly as possible. How many wounds on these?
3.
And then
3. Everything's mostly got 3 or 4.
toughness 4, 5?
4, 5.
Okay. All right, then I'll put his heavy cannons.
4 up
into-
save, 5 up save. 4 up save, 3 up save.
3 up save. I'll put his heavy cannons into them. I'll put his light stuff into these scarabs just to try to clink some stuff off.
Okay.
So we'll start with the heavies.
Would be very
6
cool here
shots
if
into that unit. It's
we accidentally
all of this,
peeled
right?
an
It
Ophidian
is all
unit
of
here.
that, yeah. Yeah, so
I
I'm
think
going to...
Josh would be pretty happy with that, but it is unlikely.
4 damage.
Okay, I'm going to reanimation beam. I get better reanimation rolls, that's all.
Okay. And reroll 1 because of Leviathan and nothing else. So on 3s, rerolling 1 because of Leviathan. Get rid of that. And then on 2s, because it's strength 9. 4 at -3.
Okay. Flat 4.
Yep.
So just peels 4, but we did use that reactive reanimation beam from the reanimator. Oop, that's not what I meant to do.
And
Sorry,
then,
chat.
8 light shots into the scarabs. 6.
So that will give them +1 to the reanimation roll. So rolling 12 dice
Did you
with
say 4
+1
rerolls?
means we should get
Oh,
2
no,
of
no.
those guys back.
4.
Hopefully.
T3.
5, so 3s. 3 at -1.
No save.
All right, so 1 damage each.
Oh, right. Okay,
Could take
I
cover.
reanimation on the
Or not, I
those
guess.
guys.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Two come back. Exactly 2 come back, which is completely average.
So Del, actually, I should start keeping track of this.
Here.
So, yep, 2 guys come back. So a net of 2 Ophidians dead so
They
far.
killed, yeah, keep a track as we go. So
And then
So 12 wounds.
1 will
12
most
wounds
likely
have
come
come
back
off
from
so
the
far.
Technomancer.
4, yeah, because the reanimation.
Unless the heavy venom
you
cannons
killed
from the
16
Carnifexes
because the
can do
base
some
is
work.
dead as well. I'm just going to keep it dead. So you've done 16 wounds
16.
because the scarabs. Just keep a tally somewhere. Just write 16.
Yeah. 8.
You're going to max. Like no kidding around.
Well, if I get wiped early, I want to.
You've already got you've already done 16 wounds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not super worried about it, but I don't want to tempt fate and not keep track. All right, should I keep shooting them? Yes, I do. Do I do it with both guys? Yes, I do. I'm going to take the back guy first and fire into that.
So it's
through
minus,
the forest.
minus
Yep.
1 through that. Yep.
So 3 shots on 4s, and then reroll 1 because of Leviathan, and get rid of that. And then 2s to wound, 2 at -3.
No saves.
Good
Saves,
shot from
4
the
damage.
first Carnifex here. Forcing on 6s.
1 comes back.
Okay.
Or not, I guess.
Who? That was the back one. What's the range of this gun?
36.
Oh, I can't get away. All right. So sure thing. Do
Oh,
the
this
other
is
one.
in the Ophidians. Excuse me. I thought we measured to
So
the
wait, that
Scorpix.
was
You've
2
done
more, right?
You've done 6 more.
16, 6, and then the other guy is on 2s, rerolling 1s, down to 3s because of the forest.
Yep.
Rerolling 1 because of Leviathan, and then 2s, so 3 at -3.
Tagging the. let's see. So you've done another 9, and then 1 comes back. So have you got you wrote down 9?
Yep.
Okay.
16, 6, and 9.
All right.
16. Shouldn't it be 12?
16, 6, and 9. You got it.
All right. What else can I do? This way? Just outside. Oh no, he advanced anyway. Oh, it's 24 on the small guns actually.
Yeah, you can.
Perfect. All right, at a -1. It's 1 line of sight from my base to your base, right? So the forest doesn't matter, even though I'm.
Well, your base can see me.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
forest is not.
Yeah, the forest is still -1 to hit.
5, 6, 7, 8. So it is -1 to hit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
on
you're not airborne.
That's not how forests work.
reroll 1 because of the line.
That's not right.
And then strength 5, so 3s to wounds, 2 at -1.
No save. 1 damage.
1 damage each.
Super annoying. They advanced, right?
They did. 2 guys, I mean, for what it's worth, on 5s. Rerolling 1 because of Leviathan. No. This guy. Is he up there or is he?
He's on the ground.
He is on the ground. Okay. Just making sure.
You measure from any point on your attack face to every point depending.
Okay, so it would have been.
Yeah, it would have.
This guy, what was he shooting at?
Scouts.
So you pick from here, this corner here,
Yeah.
then you can get you.
Okay.
How many? How many? Do you want to do an extra?
I rolled 1 3 and the 1 5.
All right, no sweat. Okay.
Thank you. The only thing that this guy can see is these guys.
Good call out there.
And
The Duns cover rules are one of the silliest rules in 40k, probably. They're very confusing and stupid, but effectively, You'll pick a point on your attacker's base that you are making the attack from effectively, and then you draw a cone from that point to every point on any model in the defending unit's base. If that cone crosses over dense cover, then you get the -1, but if it doesn't, then you don't. So in this case, the Tyranids can shoot basically the entirety of the Necron army without suffering -1 to hit from dense cover, despite the fact that it's standing right next to the forest.
That edge.
I just go that way.
You can avoid the forest, yeah.
Okay. So hitting on 2s, and then strength of
Oh,
12.
Shard
so
Gullet, here we go. Look at that.
At
Just
All right.
vaporize
Onto-
them, boys.
Onto the Scarabs.
Get out of here, you robo boys.
You kill 3 bases. See if any of them come back.
One
So
of the
you've done 12
most
wins.
satisfying guns in the game to shoot, I think.
So one
for
comes
sure.
back.
I think that might be it. Right? That way. None of these guys are doing anything. Okay, so the last thing that's going to happen is these guys do their shooting action, complete their shooting action. So I roll 3, 4, 5 spore mines drop down.
Here comes the spore mines from the Biovores. Now these aren't very. They aren't going to block any movement here from the Necron army. They can potentially block movement landing zones. However, if any part of any movement crosses within 3 inches of them or over them, then they will detonate and deal 1 or D3 mortal wounds to the unit moving. But despite the fact that you can move over them and through their engagement range, they still themselves have an engagement range, which means that you can't end moves inside it. So what Josh is going to be trying to do here is preventing those scarabs from standing in an area where they could engage that Tyranids. Yeah, I think the scarabs are a little too close to prevent him from standing on the objective, which would be really nice. Would force one Necron unit to detonate them and then take the damage so a second Necron unit could get to the objective. Or force them to charge onto the objective. Either way, they don't really want to do that.
3 points for mission.
Spore mines are cheap, chat. For the low cost of free, you can put them out on the table. You have to bring Biovores, though, to be fair. Now, I am a little bit worried for this Hive Tyrant. The back of the Hive Tyrant here, we could see a Scorpic Destroyer unit teleport into this building and go for a charge on him. And if he dies early, it can really destabilize the Tyranid army since its synaptic imperatives start failing. But obviously, if they teleport down there and fail their charge, things could go equally poorly for them because then they just eat a bunch of shooting and then a warrior charge and then they die. But it might be worth the risk for Alex. It's up whether or not he thinks that the amount of damage that he took early was crippling. Although, to be fair, Necron reanimation has begun to tick in, and he started to heal those models that he lost.
Do you mind if I do one more shooting thing?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Would have been him. Yeah, so this guy's just going to take a pot shot in the last remaining.
Okay.
He gets a D3, it's 1, and he fits.
Doesn't matter.
Something can't change the past there, right? Like,
Just want to hit.
fair enough. If you forgot it, he's gonna miss every time. He always misses. So the real question mark here, both these players playing relatively cagey. We do have Josh with this Tyranids and the Hive Tyrant hanging out in the almost direct middle of the table, sort of baiting a charge from the Necrons. Josh would like nothing more than for the Necrons to charge and engage the Tyranids with a bunch of stuff and let him start spraying into melee and overwatching. So the question here is whether or not Alex overcommits, and I don't think that he will. I think we can give Alex the benefit of the doubt. He's probably going to take all of the objectives in the center with Scarab Swarms and Tomb Blades this turn. He's going to set up the Scorpek Destroyers and Ophidian Destroyers for some damage next turn. Take a round off to repair the damage that he took. If he opens up that space in his home L here, in his ruin, then by moving out those Scarab Swarms, he now has a safe place for his Destroyers to stand, where they don't have to take that heavy Venom Cannon shooting. But it gives them a good place to charge into the middle and take the middle next turn.
These guys are going 12.
A good launching point,
3
I
inches,
guess,
right?
is that L?
3 inches. Here, I have they gave us these wishes.
Just a downside for the an army as voluminous as this heavy infantry Necron that they can't quite. Sorry, chat. Had a little bit of a hiccup there. That they can't quite hide everything behind those L's, and especially with
one of these guys.
back walls of the building, not really blocking any effective lines of fire. There are going to be some shots going down in there, and there's not really much you can do about that.
Oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's got to be within an age control.
Yeah, there goes some Scarab Swarms pushing up to the Gargoyles. May end up fighting the Gargoyles. I think there's enough random low volume or low damage shooting that we'll be able to pick up enough Gargoyles that the Scarabs will probably kill them.
Oh, do you mind? Their +1 to
They
hit.
do have that Gene Rot Might effect on the Scarab Swarms, so they have a bunch of attacks each. 6s to hit, automatically wound, since the Scarabs jump on you and latch onto you and explode. And those Gargoyles only have a 6+ armor save. So any one of those automatic wounds that go through will probably kill one.
And do these guys heroically intervene?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, the reanimation beam.
So Tomb Blade's pushing to the center there, taking advantage of the fact that Josh has no objectives secured in that area. So he's actually going to be able to score 2 Ancient or Treasures of Eons points effectively with 1 unit, which is definitely what you want to be trying to do.
I'm sorry, I'm going to give these guys.
I think that has sort of informed where Alex has moved Josh his objectives so that he can have those objectives be close together and trade as few units as possible to get those victory points.
These guys are going to do an action. We're going to do it on this one.
Dynamic of the game is going to be whether or not Alex can score his maximum points before his army dies. And if he can trade few units enough, they can win that eventual race.
I'm still getting it passed because they sell them in 40s, but I think they're going to move to 50s.
I feel like I don't need to keep giving you free shots, so I should move. Like these.
I mean, it's difficult. You did a pretty good job of hiding most of the stuff.
Yeah, Is he bodyguarded?
He is bodyguarded currently, yep.
How many wounds has he got?
12 wounds on the Tyrant, 17 on the
Alright, so that's got to go here. Let's just push them a little bit like this.
Those Ophidian destroyers trying to hug the walls right now. Suck it in, boys. We have to try to keep ourselves as safe as possible. Keeping the Scarabs in a defensive position, and I like this position from Alex, because the event isn't using extended engagement range.
It might buy me one more turn before you come and obliterate me.
Engage those Scorpic destroyers currently. Downside is that he's got to rummage quite a bit here. Some of his Scarabs are going to be in the ruin, so I'm not entirely sure the unit's going to be immune to shooting. Seems like we might have lost a player mic here, chat.
Actually, do I want to go that way? I don't remember if I told you, one of my characters can teleport. So he can teleport him and a friendly unit. It's really not going to make too much of a difference, but...
Still outside 9 inches.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, I don't think we. I'm not sure we lost a mic chat. I think people were just being very quiet. It's gonna be one of those contemplative games. That's okay. I can vamp for a bit.
10 shots.
Okay, here we go. We're in the shooting phase.
Hit on 3s, re-rolling.
I do
Carol?
appreciate that these Necrons
Carol?
are well
Hey, are you doing ground
camouflaged
floor
for
windows?
the light red
That are,
buildings.
like over there?
True line of sight is true line of sight.
Okay.
You can see it, you can see it.
I'm going to come move them in a second if you're okay with that.
Yep.
This is strength. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I'll do it again because sixes do extra hits. So here we go.
Okay.
3s to hit, re-rolling.
Well,
I think it was actually worse than before.
yeah.
Okay. 1, 2. So
It's a pretty good argument
One,
for particle beamers, I think, chat.
it's 2
guys.
extra hits for every 6. And this is strength 5.
You can't forget Tesla if you don't have it. There you go.
Please.
Contemplative
make
games are the most dangerous. 100% agree, chat.
9
I actually think
regular
that the
Do they minus anything?
sometimes the slowest games of 40k are the most intense, where both players are making micro adjustments and trying to outmaneuver each other and out-mind game each other. Those get very exciting. And it looks like that might be the kind of game that we have here, in which I think that we need a big push from Josh. And there goes a bunch of gargoyles from the Tesla guns. That's from the Immortals, I think, at the bottom there. So not the Tomb Blades.
Let me move
So-
it. He's going to come over here.
I can put them, I'm assuming that you're going to charge them. I can put them back if the unit is not dead. I can spend 1 CP and reanimate them.
At what point?
My command phase.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you
I'm
have-
gonna kill them.
Yeah.
I mean, well, actually, if I don't kill them, it would be very sad.
Yeah. I kind of figured, but just to let you know,
No, they're going to charge.
don't let one survive because he's just going to bring his buddies back.
Yeah, that would be annoying as hell. So I'm going to start with the king. He's shooting him.
Yep. His attacks are strength.
Strength 6, strength 8, strength 12.
How many strength 12 attacks?
2.
Okay. I'm going to spend a CP and transhuman him.
Okay, put it on me. All right, so this is strength 9. 2s to hit, re-rolling misses. So,
He's -1 to hit.
so 3s to hit. 3s to hit, re-rolling misses. Wow.
Okay.
And I'm going to need 5s. T8, right?
T8.
Yeah, okay, 5s.
2+, 4+.
1 save at -2.
4 up. Nope.
Take a wound.
Is that 1 damage?
Yeah, just one.
Catalyst? Same.
Okay. 3 shots at strength 8. Reroll.
All right, Tyrannifex, time to be tanky. We believe in you, buddy.
Looking for strength 8, so looking for 4s. 1 save at -3, and it's 2 damage.
2 damage. Okay, 1.
Okay.
He's down to 16. Let me find a wound count.
Okay. 2 big guns,
Okay.
2 hits. I will auto wound 1. 1 save at -6.
Saves.
Okay. Spend 2 CP for extermination protocols on these guys into him.
Okay. Still transhuman.
Here's
for
still-
what it's worth.
Yeah, here's the big
So
gun.
here goes full rerolls from the Locust Destroyers into the
And-
Tyrannifex.
1,
Gonna
2,
see if those
3,
Locust
4,
that Locust Destroyer technology
6.
can get some work done.
-1 to hit.
3's rerolling 1s. I'm sorry, rerolling everything. There we go. All
They
right.
hit on twos normally?
Yeah. Plus, I gave him a +1 to hit. I've got little token things. I just put them on so you know what's got what. Okay. The green Necron dice is the big gun. Everything needs, the small dice need 5s, the big dice needs a 4, because they're transhuman.
All right, big roll. What do we get? Ooh, that's a lot of 5s and 6s so far, chat. Oh my god. And we get rerolls on top of that. Oh, geez.
5s?
We rolled about. Well, I guess the reroll was bad, but we did roll out about half of those.
4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Oh,
10,
brutal.
10 small gun saves and 1 big gun save.
Okay.
So which one?
So
Big guns,
big
that
gun,
one? All right.
small guns.
Yep.
So there's what's the small guns AP?
AP3.
AP3. So it's everything on. So 1, 2, 3, 4 go through. One
Good
hit.
saving throw, though.
D3.
And saving to have the big destroyer shot was a big deal.
Well, it's smaller than the other one.
4d3.
Oh, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But we should see the Tyrannifex survive this, which Josh is going to be happy about, because that Tyrannifex has
3, 4,
almost
5,
a perfect
6, 7, 8
profile at
damage.
dealing with Scarab Swarms.
7, 8.
It's going to automatically hit them, wound them on 2s, and every 2 converted attacks there is just going to kill 1 Scarab Swarm. No saves allowed.
He's not Titanic, is he?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. That's it. Charge. Let's put it on me.
Interestingly, we have
3's
allowed
enough anyway.
the Spore Mines to survive,
So,
which does mean
Let's
that
do
they
this.
can operate this coming turn, which means they can advance into the heart of the Necron army here and blow up.
this way.
Some free damage from them, and especially not attack damage,
Only 1 assault, which
which
is here.
will allow them
So-
to bypass reanimation protocols.
How many attacks do they get? Probably a lot.
They get a lot. They get 4 each.
Hitting on.
Hitting on 3s and 6s auto wound.
Oh, what's the statistics on this?
You ready?
Yeah, so gargoyles have a -1 to hit strat against
you know what?
enemies that are engaging
On the
them.
off chance you roll low. 'Cause they have
Downside
+1
here
to
is
hit,
that the
right?
gargoyles
So they're
are
hit on
going
three.
to also take a morale check at the end of this turn.
CP. I'm gonna blinding venom them, so they're -1 to hit, and they can't reroll hits.
And they can't do what?
Can't reroll hits.
Can't reroll anyway, but okay. But yeah, -1. So hit on 4s. 1, 2, 5.
All right, Scarabs, what do you got? Show me what you got. I want to know what you got.
What's your save?
6 up.
Okay. And you have your T3, right?
Yeah.
Look at all these beautiful butterflies fighting each other.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
Ooh,
saves.
looks like that will be
10 saves.
2, 3, 4, 5.
the end of those gargoyles, most likely.
Stranger things have happened. But
Stranger
not this
things
time.
have happened. I watched that show. And that is the gargoyle unit down. Yeah, unfortunate there. Not sure I would have spent that. There is a very significant chance that unit runs away anyway. But it is worth a shot. Does force your opponent to push all their attacks into you, at least representing the threat of that strat.
I did an action on that objective, so I get 4 points. I hold these 3, so I get 5. And you're only fully in 1 quarter. This one.
The aircraft don't count.
Doesn't count.
So yeah,
So I get 4 points. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4 points for that.
4 points for that.
And so
And there goes the Necron secondary
and at the
engine.
end, I hold my
starting
priority
up.
objective for 3. So, start of the turn, you get 4.
Gonna get a CP. Gonna give myself psychic augmentation as my new power.
Okay, I'm
Which
on
is-
to +1 strength when charged or charge.
Okay.
The last one, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but the last one was +3 inches to his aura.
Okay.
And other auras here, but that's how I regenerated people.
Got it. +1 CP, so I get +1 to psychic test, +1 to denies, not that it's going to matter, and a 5 up feel no pain against mortals. So I will put my psychic stuff back on the 2 neurothropes and the zones like before. I will put his +1 to hit and reroll 1s to wound onto this group of warriors. These 2 dice, I'll just leave it out here for now. I'm going to spend a CP in my command phase to regen him. The D3, 2 wounds. Puts him up to a 13. And I think that's it for command phase.
Keeping that Tyranids going. Again,
There sure are a lot of scarabs.
a unit that is a real threat to
many
most
wounds on
of the
that?
profiles on the
Huge.
in the Necron army.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
So super useful
all
unit
of
to keep
them
around.
will end a move. I need to advance them.
Do they fly?
They do fly.
Okay, so you don't care about terrain.
No. So they're just gonna all fly into here.
Okay, sweet.
So gonna
They
see
end
if
move
we
within
can
3. I choose to explode
kill
them all.
the Tomb Blades with the Spore Mine.
That
If
was
they
good.
die,
1, 2.
that's going to open the Zoanthropes to start smiting or neuroparasiting into the Scarabs again. Yeah, that kills. Wow, what a
good.
roll! Five,
Well, I mean, good for you.
five
That was
Spore
bad
Mines
for
is
me.
8
Yeah,
damage.
I'll take that off 4 mines.
Okay. One thing we could have done as well is drop Spore Mines from the Harpy last
He
turn.
didn't bomb
I don't know
anything,
we
so I
did
should
it.
have dropped 3 spore mines. You care if they're going to be
Put them right there.
a non-issue for most of the game,
Fexy Wexy Snuggle Bunny for sure.
and I'll advance.
Fexy Wexy Snuggle Bunny needs the enhanced senses head from the Carnifex kit that has the little bunny ears on it. The little antenna that look like bunny ears. Look at that little Snuggle Bunny right there in the middle. What a cutie pie.
Monster.
It is a monster, yeah.
6 wounds.
T5.
And it's character protected.
It's not a character.
It's not a character.
No, you go right ahead and shoot it. That's why it's hiding behind the obscuring terrain feature.
Very interesting.
Absolutely,
Frankly,
chat.
if you shoot it, that's cool. It means
Look
you're
it
not
up.
shooting other things.
I bet I could find a picture. One sec.
But I do have to kind of take it out because it's like a problem.
It's annoying. It's a buff. It's a thing that gives me buffs.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't right now. Or I'll post one in chat. How's that?
All right. Yeah. How many wounds on these guys?
3 or 4. The big guy has 4, the smalls have 3.
Why do you gotta present me with so many just wonderful targets to... So if I go over here and touch this forest, then I can shoot them without penalty.
Yeah.
Okay. Now after he moves, another unit of 3.
That's anywhere under its flight plan?
Anywhere the base moves over. So he'll be there.
And do you care about pivoting or not?
I do, yeah. So I can.
Which way? Where it was facing?
Pivot, move, pivot. This is maneuverable.
Got one.
Oh, you pivot
just posted
and then
it
move
up.
and then pivot again.
Yeah, anytime
Alright.
during the movement, which just
Yeah,
happened to be at the end.
Yeah. You have you have maneuverable as a rule.
Yep. I need to move 15, and he's T5.
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 Yeah,
Pretty much everything.
pretty much everything. Scarabs are not T5. Please shoot scarabs. That'd be great.
T3 on the scarabs.
Yeah.
So I like this maneuvering
They're
from
there to
Josh.
be annoying.
Keeping that harpy out of harm's way from the flying
It is
units.
kind of the thing that I would like to do.
And the -1 to hit will be relevant, since it counteracts the Silent King's My Will Be Done.
Keep him in the forest. Just step him up right there. These go away. Zone thropes I want right around there.
I'm not sure there's any way that we can
Nowhere I
redirect
can put them where they're
zone
not gonna hit
thropes.
the
Yeah,
scarab, so I
well,
guess they're just moving forward.
Josh, we're on the same
Can I
wavelength here.
advance the zones?
I appreciate that.
1, 7 inches.
Those scarabs are about to be rendered unto warp dust, I think, by psychic powers and venom cannons. It is kind of amusing, I think, to some extent, how well Tyranid profiles match up into a lot of Necron defensive stat lines, especially scarabs that are low toughness, low save, and perfect wound counts to get 1 shot or 2 shot by Tyranid weapons with very little overkill. It's almost as pleasing as like a
one guy can
Volkite
get it.
Contemptor shooting scarabs. It's the perfect profile to get rid of their save, wound them on 2s,
I'd have given
and
it
kill
to you
them in 2
without your
shots.
fancy laser pointer.
I just want to make sure for myself, because sometimes that...
I mean, I'd have just eyeballed it and said, yeah, sure, one guy can.
Also, sometimes just doing that kind of opens up like, oh, I can hit these guys actually.
That's true, yeah, good point.
All right, and then
Yeah,
this guy's gonna
usually
be
I
able to do
remember
this.
my own rules when my opponent says, can you do this? Yes, I can, thank you.
Do Tyranids eat Necrons?
I'll advance this guy.
According to the competitive metagame, they do.
1 for 7.
I know. I think it's the lore might have changed because Necrons are much more like aggressive than they were originally. But I know on release it was a matchup that would never happen in the canon because Tyranids couldn't go to Tomb Worlds, and Necrons would try to feed souls to Catan, but Tyranids didn't have them, so they would just never fight ever. But now I think Necrons actively go out and fight lesser species for the lulz. So I imagine sometimes they just fight Tyranids. But if you're just paying attention to the competitive metagame, this matchup happens literally constantly. So I almost wonder if the Zoanthrope Imperative would have been nice to have been popped 1 turn later. But Josh was trying to protect his Tyrannifex on the first turn, which was good. The big downside of the Psychic, or the Psychic Nexus nerf, that it can now only target core units. Previously, going first, he could hold Zoanthrope Imperative, keep his guys relatively safe, and present only 1 unit protected by the Zoanthrope Invulnerable save to his opponent. and then he can push his whole army forward round 2 in order to get an immense board presence. And that is a downside of taking a big monster as your centerpiece sort of frontliner here. There's no way for it to hide behind the buildings on turn 1, so it is going to have to push super far forward and be in danger if it goes first, or if it goes second, excuse me, against an opponent who goes first. So Venom Thropes pushing to the center of the table. They are projecting their -1 to hit and fight last aura, which means that if the Necron destroyers want to get up and fight in the middle of the table, they will have to kill those Venom Thropes first to not risk the potential fight last and then being killed by warriors. A Venom Thrope unit will also, given that they wound everything on 2s, everything besides the Silent King, I think, they would do a number to an encroaching Scorpic Destroyer unit. We'd kill a couple of them.
Guys are gone. Okay, cool. Psychic phase. First things first. The zones here are going to go into these guys, and 7 in the unit. I'll smite.
We just talked about psychic powers in our most recent advanced tactics chat, and I think this is a little bit of a missequence. You want to, if you have multiple smites being cast at a turn, you want to cast your easiest or your hardest smites first.
They can cast 1, and I can, for a CP, make them cast another one.
Definitely can't do that. Nope, that's a lie.
I'm sorry. Did you roll a 5 or an 8?
I rolled a 5 plus 3 because they get +1.
But it becomes an 8. Okay.
9 actually because of psychic augmentation this turn.
Where are the zone threats?
These 3 right here.
Actually, the Silent King can deny that. Okay. So you rolled a 9?
9.
I need a 10. Nope.
Okay. D3 plus 3. 4.
You kill a base.
I won't double up.
So if we see a second cast here from the Hive Tyrant, we may see a smite up the Hive Tyrant, and that would have been better to cast first.
This guy,
because it increases the chance that both smites go off.
I want to put Catalyst back on him. 5, 6, 7, 8 will go off.
Which guy? This guy?
This guy.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. And then I want to onslaught these guys.
Same guy doing it?
Same guy doing it.
All right, so I can't deny that. Okay. Let's advance and shoot.
Advance and shoot and charge if I want to.
Okay.
By the way, chat, if you want access to those advanced tactics lessons, you can get them if you're a channel member or a patron member. Either one of those will get access to those. We're 16 episodes in, so there's probably about 8 to 10 hours of content. Super hardcore 40k tactical content.
It's an 8, 9 if you wanted to know.
Who did that? Oh, I think I'm out of range. Yep.
Oh no, they're awful in battle sector.
Going to put the invuln back on them.
Awful to play against, or awful like they're not very good.
They did last turn because of my power.
Okay. I got it. All right.
Now that's come off, and I can just put it on one thing at a time.
I just assume you're always getting it.
And then his second thing is probably gonna whip because screw it. I'll try a smite.
Sure.
He's a 6 now. Gets it.
D3.
It's a 1.
All right. Take a wound.
Yeah, and he was out of deny, and he's going to Warp Ritual. And he will with 13.
Sure. Which one? You have to be within 6, right?
Yes.
Who was doing that?
This guy.
Oh, he's in deny range, right?
Maybe. With a 13, you're not going to be able to...
Oh, you are in deny range, but I cannot deny
Yeah.
it. Yeah. I thought you were pointing at him.
Okay. Yeah, he did the buff stuff. All right.
Actually, I have a strat deny, which is regardless of what you roll on a 4-up, it doesn't work.
Oh, you want?
No, I'm out of range. Okay. It's from the king. You measure from the king.
I think that's it for stuff. We're going to move into shooting. First things first, we're going to put everything from him into here, I think, just to try to clear that off. So the Flamer and his light salvo. Flamer's D6 plus 6. 10 shots.
Hell yeah. Let's go
I'm guessing?
T-Facts.
This is just auto hit, just a Flamer.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. You said flame.
Strength 6 to toughness 3, so 2 to wound.
What's the modifier?
It's a minus 3 AP
All right, so no save.
and 2 damage.
1, 2, 3, 4 bases die. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then light shots hitting on 3s now. Rerolling 1 because of Leviathan. And then 5, so wounding on 3s.
Should have fired the stinger
Four at
first here.
No save.
1 damage each. Alright, that's
Not
10.
that it would have mattered, but
So I can
one
reanimate
extra wound would have carried over, actually.
1, 2.
Bit of a
1, 2, 3,
missequence,
4,
but that's
5.
okay.
1, 2,
Not the end of the world.
3. Give yourself 20 points. I'm sorry, give yourself 24 points
4 points, okay.
for kills.
One more like that, and I'm going to stop keeping track. Because there's
No,
no
dude,
way.
I'll just give you the 15.
Yeah.
Like, we can look at my dead models at the end.
Yeah, Necron army like this, almost
Okay.
as soon
Come
as
back.
it includes any volume of Scarab Swarms, you might as well just mark off the no prisoners. Scarab Swarms are just,
Who
they just
who
bleed no
hasn't shot
prisoners
yet?
out the nose.
Everybody else.
All right.
What is this? So there's 3 in that unit now.
Yes.
I'm going to put the lights from him into them, and the heavies from him into these other boys. So heavies first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hitting on 3s. Rerolling 1 because of Leviathan.
Dangerous part here is if the Harpy
Strength 9, so
overperforms,
wounding on 2.
he may actually pull the Locusts out of line of sight of the Hive Tyrant. And the Hive Tyrant definitely wants to shoot those Locusts. Between the Tyrant and
enemy vulnerable
the
save?
Harpy, we probably knock the entire unit out.
How much damage?
4 each.
Okay, 3 fall over.
And then the lights.
And this is on the Scarabs, right?
Yep, lights on the screen. And T5, so 3 smooth. 3 at -1.
So one of these guys comes back. You do another. You've done another 9.
Okay. So it was 3 on the Scarabs?
Yeah.
Okay. Shot. Big shoots can go that way, and then he's going to go that way, and he's going to go into them. So
what we
him
need
first,
to
so
see
we can
here-
only see. Oh wait, you can go. That's super cool.
Is an entire warrior
that he can
squad
see, actually.
committed into the Scarabs,
They're
I
really
think.
small.
You can't,
I mean, you have the
at this
but
stage,
if you duck
you
down,
can't risk a Scarab Swarm surviving, a single Scarab Swarm surviving.
I'll go
Because
another
they'll
That's
just
the thing with Scarabs, is
grab
they're so
that
small.
objective for another turn for free.
reroll 1 because of Leviathan.
Should
is
be
it
really
always a
unfortunate.
reroll to hit? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Okay,
In the shoot and in the fight. 1 thing per unit.
got it. I'm T5.
T5, strength 9, so 3s. 1 at -3 on the warriors.
Actually, get a save. Nope, failed it.
Okay.
Do I come back? I come back.
And then this guy into over here.
He can only see one guy, right?
Yes.
How many shots?
3.
I will make you -1 to win.
How'd you Nidge match up with Necrons, chat? Yeah, they. This may be, I think, the most even matchup in the meta right now. Mostly because these two factions are so sort of ludicrously powerful. Tyranids do massive, ridiculous damage and are difficult to kill. Necrons are kind of hard to kill, but mostly are extremely good at winning on mission objectives.
I'm going to give you 15 for no prisoners. Just, I mean, obviously don't stop shooting me.
Yeah, yeah.
But let's stop counting.
Thank you. All of their shots into the warriors.
Okay. Immortals, technically, but I know you don't. Series don't know the difference.
Into the skeleton troops.
Bunch of
One,
robots.
2, 3,
Not
4.
shooting.
These guys are +1 to hit and re-rolling ones to hit.
I
So
guess we may also just
Alright, that
fire
sounds good.
the
So I'll do
Tyrants
their light shots first, and then there's a cannon.
into
light
the
shots.
Scarabs. He has so many floating rerolls that he kind of gets a freebie. But we have to kill those 3 Scarabs in the bottom here.
2-5.
So 4s to wound.
If those Scarabs don't die right now, they give up an 8-point primary, which you can't really afford to allow Necrons to have. And they score Treasures of Eons another turn for free without Alex having to commit a second unit. Which means he would have scored multiple Treasures of Eons with individual units, which is too efficient, more efficient than you're allowed to let Necrons be.
1 damage each.
And then 3 reanimations on a 5. Oh. Oh, he came back there, so 3 died, I think. We did.
Okay.
We said 3, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So who am I? I'm over to this guy now. 3 cannon shots into them. On 3s, no bonfires. Rerolling 1 because of Leviathan. And then wounding on 3s because strength 9. 2 at -3.
2 6-ups. Unbelievable.
What a roll. 2 6-ups. We'll just box cards
shot.
at NBD.
These guys are in back. Shot,
Whatever.
Shot. Finish up with these guys. 3, 4, 5 again.
Ah, okay, those guys.
Oh, I need to be 6 back. What am I doing?
Oh, that's the artillery. Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it. I miss the old days where you'd roll a scatter dice, and that's where they would move.
Okay. I mean, at least they're -1 to hit. Charges.
So for what it's worth, I can switch off all cover for 1 CP. So I can switch off dense and light.
Spend that CP, I guess.
Oh, yeah. It spends a CP. So
Yeah, so I think
They're
this
flying,
was an
they still on the
undercommit
ground for
here.
charges, so it would be
you're still -2.
We are knocking
so
a lot of
you can't-
models
you
out,
can't
but
make
no
the-
incomplete units, and that's not how you're allowed to interact
And they're
with
more than-
Necrons.
unless they're-
because
are these
their
guys
units are
infantry?
basically immune to morale
Yeah.
and
Right, so they can crash through the wall then.
be repaired. Not only their wounds regenerate, but also their models can be repaired by technomancers. They,
That's an 8.
Okay.
oh man, we're charging?
move?
Okay.
Yeah, there should be space because I pushed backwards so that you couldn't
that
fight me from the
will-
wall. You have to go in.
Prevent the Scarabs from doing actions.
How many? They have how many wounds?
They have 4 each.
Okay.
And they're 5 up invuln right now.
Yeah.
Think.
You are.
We have to
definitely
make
going
it so
first.
that the Scarabs cannot.
Make sure that they stay within synapse range. So this guy's gonna be right there.
We have to make sure that the
They're T5.
And strength.
5.
Okay.
the
so
Scarabs
you're
can't
wounded on
pile
first.
and
Whatever
consolidate
happens,
onto the center objective. It doesn't
They
look like
also
they can.
wound on 2s as long as you're not a monster or vehicle. So
As long as I'm not a monster.
yeah.
Okay. 2 then. What do I know? All right.
5, 10, 15. No bonuses, so on 3s. And re-rolling 1 for Leviathan. Leviathan and getting rid of the twos. And then wounding on twos with all of these.
What's the negative?
Oh, at the start of the fight phase, actually. The negative is -1.
Alright, so no save. Makes life easy.
So that's
You need twos, right?
Yep.
1, 2 bases die, and 2 wounds. What was the first roll for?
They have a thing at the start of the fight phase where they'll do a mortal wound and make you fight last. But it did not go off.
Oh, what'd you have to roll?
3.
Okay, 8 dice. Nope, they don't come back. Yeah, put it on me.
Yeah.
Okay, this way. Shuffle over here.
Can a Tech Marine repair a Necron?
I'm sorry, you did tell
no.
me. What's their toughness?
5.
I would say no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of
me-
them. Yep, you killed
mechanically-
2, so that's right. 1, 2.
Necrons only get repaired by, sort of the Necron equivalent, the Technomancers. And Tech Marines, I imagine, they wouldn't know how to repair a Necron, nor would they want to because it's like heretical Xenos technology or whatever. But yeah, Necrons can only be reanimated by the either Technomancers or Resurrection Orbs are the ways that you bring them back. Or Ghost Arcs can repair your warrior units as well. So, valiant punch back by the Scarabs there, but at least we prevented the Scarabs from advancing or doing actions. So that is useful, to be fair. And it's worth mentioning that the penalty to hit from the Venom Thropes is not that helpful in this matchup because the Silent King can give a penalty to hit or a bonus to hit to 2 units and give them full rerolls on top of that. So even if you're -1 to hit, they're probably hitting on their base ballistic skill with a full reroll, which means you've only reduced their accuracy by, I don't know, maybe 5%.
Ooh.
How many? Oh shit! How many attacks has this guy got?
He has 6 or 7. If he charges, he gets an extra one.
Can he heroic?
No.
All right.
I had 1 CP. I'm going to 2.
So he's gonna fly. They're gonna run. Oh shit! Start of the turn stuff. Regenerate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how knowledgeable Tech Marines are. I imagine they're kind of middle of the road when it comes to technological expertise. An apple, like a genius bar staffer, is probably a pretty good analogy to a Tech Marine. He's just like he's an army motor pool guy, Is he the most skilled mechanic? Maybe not, but he's what we got.
Actually going to give these guys reroll charges and +1 to hit, and we will reanimate.
So we did score an 8-point primary turn for Alex here.
All right, so here we go.
And looks like starting to bring some Scorpic Destroyers back as well. So 8-point primary puts Alex ahead on primary, which is really not a position where you want to be.
So the Scarab's going to run?
And it should be a relatively easy
17.
Sacred Artifact score here.
I'm
It
sorry,
looks like
16.
these little Scarabs that are hiding in the top left corner are
go
going
here.
to run over and grab that. So that'll be a Precious Artifact scored out. I do appreciate Josh's positioning of the Carnifex there to prevent an easy grab from those Scarabs. But
I'm going to detonate. What's the range?
3 inches.
Of each one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we don't want to get hit by
a couple here.
by. Oh no! Man
Luckily
down.
nobody's there
I don't
anymore.
want to get hit by the
Alright,
spore
just stay an
mine
inch away from
explosion
him.
because if we roll as well as we did
If you let
previously,
those
that
lead
could
two, and then
actually
the other three will be.
I think you might be
clip
right.
a base or two, which would be awkward.
And how does it work? It's
If at any point you move within 3, or if you end within 3.
it's 1 unless you roll a.
I roll a dice. On a 5 up, it's a D3. On a 2 up, it's a one mortal. So.
I really appreciate that little secret mission
One's
Scarab Swarm
out.
unit though, Chad. I think that's good forward planning from Alex. That he was able to just yeet
I mean,
those
I can't
guys
help it. You get 4 of them.
with
Yep.
knowing that they're gonna score some points.
Wow.
Oh, look at that roll though. Oh, bad roll. All right, fair enough.
So you kill
What a
one,
roller coaster ride. 3 5-ups. So for those who don't
He's done
know,
his
when the
job.
Spore Mine is triggered, you
Cleared
roll a
out those
d6.
things.
On a 2+, you take 1 mortal wound, but if it's a 5 or a 6, you take d3. So Josh just rolled 3 5s and 6s out of 4 dice, which is insane. Then rolled those as d3s and rolled all ones. So fair enough. Looks like Ophidian Destroyers moving out into the center of the table here. Oh no, these are Scorpex. That is a hell of a move from Scorpec Destroyers here. Those guys, they don't fly. I guess they do move 10 though, so it's probably fine. Downside is you do have a bunch of scarabs in your way, which you got to deal with.
I need the gun.
Audio's a little bit funky.
Where the hell's the other guy? He's there. Goes this. There he is. Goes there.
Not entirely sure what happened with the player mic audio chat. I show it still playing, but I don't hear it anymore, unfortunately.
Oh, it should be a 2 next to one of those. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, because you killed 1 in total, so it rolls over. So they did the thing there. These guys, unbelievably, are still not entirely sure.
Who do I think will win the tournament? That's a good question. I think Alex is probably the
they're outside the
favorite right
deployment
now.
zone.
He's a pretty
He's fully
veteran
inside that,
player
disappointing.
and has been
one's fully in here, so, okay.
is playing what is potentially the best faction in the metagame right now.
They go do an action. Oh, well, unbelievably, here we go. We're just going to go over here. It's going to be really fucking annoying. So they did the action. These guys will run.
Okay, so it looks like the player
Before I
mics are
move
still
them.
picking up chat, but I can't hear
They're
them
gonna
anymore
run.
for some reason,
5. All right, sweet.
which is unfortunate.
In case I
Not
failed to
sure
run.
how to fix that.
And then, who's OBSEC on here? Okay.
So I'm gonna
There's
leave
5 of
you
them?
with player mics chat
How many wounds
and
do they have?
try to repair that.
Okay, do you have an invulnerable save?
Not at the moment. Can you give them a -1 damage? They are transhuman permanently, for what it's worth.
You're T5?
Yep.
All right. Well, I mean, going to be mostly wounding you on 4s anyway. Right, so we'll go there. I mean, the king has to come out because if he doesn't, this is a super short game.
Are you familiar with Sisyphus?
I'm trying. I'm trying. Is he the dude that has to push the rock up the hill?
The boulder,
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little bit like that at the moment. I keep mowing guys down, and there are more guys.
They just keep coming back, right? You just want to complete assholes. They just keep coming back. Oh yeah, so he has to make space. So right, yeah, okay. So they're just like this. Vulnerable save, reanimation bullshit. And you blocked off the back, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so they're running. The action's already been done. They're doing. Oh no, shit! I can't do that. I'm sorry. I have to keep it. Yeah. So they're just gonna go here. Fuck it. They will move here though, but he's gonna do an action now. Okay. A scarab comes back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I already put one back, so that's cool. All right. Shoot and text. This guy puts the. Are they -1 damage?
I can make them minus.
Okay, I'm going to split fire here, and I'm going to put the 2 big guns into that. Strength 10, strength 12, flat 6.
Okay.
Does he have an invulnerable?
No, not right now.
Okay, so all the small guns will go into warriors.
What are the damage on those?
1 damage.
1 damage. Okay.
Damage 2, damage 6 will go here.
I'm going to transhuman him.
Yeah, okay. How many CP do you have left?
1 CP left.
Okay. So let me do the 9 shots into the warriors. 9 shots, hitting on 2s, re-rolling everything, wounding on 3. Transhuman. Everything hit. Transhuman. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at -2.
6 up on him. So it'll take 4.
Okay.
That will remove.
Okay. 3 of his shot. The 3 2 damage shots here. Everything hits. Strength 6, so I need. No, strength 8, so I need 4s. 2 at -3.
5 up.
Take 2 damage.
2 damage.
You have catalyst, right? I'm sorry, whatever it is.
Takes 2 damage.
Okay. The big weapons. 2 hit. Strength transhuman. Strength transhuman. 1 at -4. 6.
One, two, 6, 4. Down to 7.
Okay. 2 CP for destroy extermination protocols on them. They have a 5-up invulnerable, right?
Yeah. 4 up.
Okay. And how many wounds?
4 each.
Okay.
And they can regen if they stay alive.
Yeah. The big gun and the big gun here, and you have 4 guys left.
Yep. So 3 regular guns and a cannon and 1 shot.
Transhuman, right?
Yep.
And transhuman here.
Yes. First shooting.
Why not? Let's just fucking charge. Okay. The 4 guns will go this way. The big gun and a small gun will go that way. Small relative. Okay. So, do I just want to fucking take that and obliterate them? Yeah, to hell with it. We'll. No, you know what? He moves. I beg your pardon. He moves up. So he goes to here. This guy has to shoot him. So yeah, I'll do that. 3, so 4 shots here. The yellow dice is the big gun. 2's to hit, re-rolling. Transhuman, so the yellow needs a 4, these need a 5. Re-rolling everything. Yellow needs a 4, everyone else needs a 5. 1 save at -3.
And that's on
Yeah, it's on him, yeah.
5. No.
Take 2 damage.
2 damage. Yep. Down to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4 shots into them from the other guys. 2s, re-rolling 1s. Transhuman. 4s, re-rolling. Sorry, I think that was a 4. 1, 2. Actually, we're on camera. We could just ask the crowd. 4s. Okay. It's 7 at -3.
They do not get a save against -3. So
Okay. They have how many wounds each?
2, and then 3, and then 2 left. So this guy's down to 1.
So it got 7 D3s. So take. Who's got what left? Well, I don't know that I kill. I got to roll for it. That's the thing, because it's 7 D3 damage. So
73.
yeah, because there's no save, right?
So one guy's got 1 left.
So all right. So he's dead. So now I have 6 dice. And then how many wounds they have each?
3.
Okay. Okay. So the first one does 3.
Dead.
Second one does 3.
Dead.
And then 4d3 on the last guy. Okay, that was quite cool. All right. Yes, 5 left. Is he minus damaging?
No.
Okay. So these guys charge. They charge whoever they are. Zone throws? And this thing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I will spend a CP and Overwatch.
All right.
D6 plus 6 on the flamer, 10 shots.
T5.
7 at -3.
You kill 2.
2 damage each, yep.
And any other guns?
Yep. 1, 2 more at 5, so 4s to wounds, neither wounds.
Reanimation on 4s. 1 comes back. I'm not allowed to gain extra distance with this, so. Oh, I took the wrong guys off. No, I didn't. I got that. Yeah, I took the wrong guys off. I'll keep these 2 on and just kill this guy. The plasma sight injects them, and then their distance. That's he's a different. He's the same unit, right?
Yeah, these 3 are the same. The guy with the antenna is the red arrow.
He'll charge. Fuck it, why not? 9, he gets in. He's completely useless at this point, so I don't care. These destroyers charge whatever they're called. 8. So they're infantry, they'll go right through. Yes, how many wounds left?
5.
Okay. Is he transhuman in close combat as well?
No.
Okay. I have strength 9s coming at him. All right, so I don't think the Silent King has to go, so we'll just make sure. Can anyone heroic near me?
Only, I mean, technically him, but really not.
All right, if you want to heroic with him into a like a seriously badass dude. All right. So actually, he has to. They have to do this. Half an inch from coherent from there. Okay. So that's not. They're charged. But we'll start here.
Okay. Beginning of the fight phase, I do their action.
Okay.
So I roll a dice. It's a 3+, so they take a mortal wound and they fight last.
Everybody?
This unit.
Oh, just the guys that charged. All right, sweet. So, okay. So here, these two guys with the big weapons go here. It's 4 attacks each. Base strength. We've got +1 strength right now, so I'm a 6. I injected them, so I'm a 7. The weapon is +2. I'm a 9. And I hit you on 2s, and I can re-roll 1s because I'm a destroyer, and I hate life. Sweet. All right, strength 9, and I can re-roll because of the Silent King. So 3s. All right, so this is -4.
-4.
6 of them.
6.
And it.
Nope, he's gonna die.
So it's 3 each.
Yep. Saves 3. And then he does. Does he explode? Nope.
These two, they have less attack. They have more attacks, but they're only strength. They're only strength 7.
Okay. They're transhuman.
Their strength irrelevant. 10 attacks. Hitting on 2s, re-rolling. Everything. So transhuman with re-rolls. You have an invulnerable, right?
Yep.
All right, because this is -3. 9 -3.
Is this an annihilation match or a control point match? All
it's
Warzone
2 each.
Nephilim GT games are decided entirely by victory points. The
we're fine where we are.
sorry, one of our players' microphones is dead, and I'm trying to fix it.
I'm going last. So you're next. Who do you want to fight?
Weird. The destruction of your opponent's models is notwithstanding, despite besides how they would score you points by taking objectives from them or by scoring objectives that require you to kill them. Even if you table your opponent, it is still possible to lose if they have more victory points than you at the end of the game.
So on 4s.
All right, I'm going to try to fix this player mic
Holy
chat.
shit,
I'll be back.
that's everything.
And then on 2s,
What the hell, Josh? I'm T4.
they have
I'm a beast.
Venom.
Oh, it's only vehicle or monsters, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, there's 2 or 1s. So.
Vehicle or Titanic, yep.
Okay, actually, you know what? I beg your pardon, I'm infantry. Yeah, so 8. -1, so 5s. Why would I make any saves, Alex? All right, 2 of them die. Do they come back? If I was no, nothing. Can't re-roll it. So 2 are dead. That's very sad. That's very sad. Okay. Oh, he can. I'll do his pile in at the end. Yeah. All right. He gets 3 attacks. Any 6s, extra hits.
I think this one is better. Yeah.
They're all the same now.
Does that matter?
I mean, I can do the. I do the scout.
Technically, I get these guys.
Yeah. No. Bring it. Do them. Well, actually, so yeah. Because I would go here, then you would go here, but you do those.
It's not going to take long because they all miss.
Okay, that's really super easy. So the scarabs, because you're right, I got to do them one. Right, 1, 2, 3. There's 8 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I don't think scarabs are core, so there's no rerolls from the king here. 4's to hit, 6 is wound. 6 is auto wound. And 5's to wound. So 3 so far. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you keep it on me. I might get a reroll. Hold on. 7. 7. No rerolls, just 7 saves.
At nothing, right?
Yeah, nothing.
So 4 go through. This guy's down to 1. So face 3, and this guy's down to 1.
Okay. And then we'll consolidate. So he's at 1. Alright, and then this guy gets his 3 attacks, 6s are extra hits, hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s. Alright, great. He's super angry you killed his friends. What's your toughness? 3's to wound. He does get to reroll. Do they have an invulnerable?
Yeah, 5.
So 4 invulnerables. It's -4.
They make 2 of them,
And it's 3 each.
so 1 dead, and he's down to 1 now.
And then the plasma side will pile in 3. He can fly. This would be hilarious. But I'm not going to. Okay. So at the end of the turn, I did an action here for machineries. That takes me to 8. I hold 3 of the middlers again, so I hold 10. Purge the alien. You are in 1/4 and 2/4. So 1, 2, and my deployment zone is 3 more. 7. And I hold my priority objective for 3. And your turn 3, buddy.
These are obsec, so
These are all, yeah.
4. Get a CP.
CP!
Move to go to slaughter, I guess.
Do you get to pick each turn?
Yeah. I can't do
No.
the same one more than once, and they just kind of.
Yeah, mine I have to set pre-game.
Alright, well, I think this is just our life now, chat.
We're going to advance this back group first.
Unfortunately. I can't diagnose the problem today.
6. So.
Hope our microphones are okay.
All
But
3 of them.
not the end of the world. We can still hear a little bit
Okay.
of what's going on.
1,
2, kills 1. Kills a base for 2, and there's 1 has a wound on him.
The other 3 are going to advance. 5 is 9, and that will get them in. 2 more mortals.
Cool. Not dead yet. Taken 3.
1 more.
Oh, where was the other?
Yeah, there's a guy.
Oh, you just moved him up?
Yeah.
Okay, he's dead. Very sad.
All right, so Necrons continuing to push forward that scenario advantage. We're moving into round
This
3
turn,
here.
I get to re-roll 1 failed reanimation dice every time you make me take reanimations.
Alex pushing wildly far ahead on primary here. We definitely needed to see the scarabs in the bottom right-hand side of the table get killed, and that didn't end up happening for Josh. Unfortunately, left those alive, which is an easy boon of victory points for Alex. Gives him 4 victory points that he maybe wouldn't. He should, maybe shouldn't have gotten otherwise. To be fair, this is a pretty high-scoring mission, Scare Missing Artifacts, because you both have easy secondary objectives to score out. But it gets harder and harder as the game goes on, as Josh kills more of Alex's units. We do have his objective in the top, but once that's dead, Alex is going to have to start sort of committing models out into the teeth of those venom cannon shots.
And I'll take off there. That one's not magnetized. This guy moves back this way.
Looks like we may be angling for a bombing run on the Silent King. The Silent King is particularly susceptible to the Harpy bombs, given that he's composed of multiple vehicle models, so he maxes the Harpy bomb shot basically every time it hits him. And on average, kills a whole Minier, so you get to remove one of those big 6 damage gunshots every time you fly over that dude with some spore mines.
Bomb this guy on the way over.
But it looks like we're actually
Reanimator?
going to be hitting the
big guy.
Reanimator.
So I roll 6.
Try to reduce the amount of Necrons coming back to life after being shot at.
4 mortal wounds.
Well, that was disappointing. Okay. Ow.
A bunch of mortal wounds, but we are going to have to hit it with something else to finally finish it off. We may see one Venom Cannon get arced into it to kill it from the Harpy.
Can I see him over this?
Well, this is obscuring now.
No, oh yeah, that's true. You guys move over here. These guys.
So one warrior unit did get taken out by the Scorpec destroyers, and it looks like we have another one pushing out now to counterpunch them. Interestingly, a Venom Throw still alive, which is pretty hilarious for Josh here. But he really has to answer these units in the bottom. They're going to continue to farm Alex tons and tons of points. Because Alex has enough fast units that he can push to the top left objective, he can keep dropping Josh down to 4-point primary turns, and then he slowly, as he gets towards the inevitable max at 100 points that Necrons are so good at doing, he's also keeping Josh down to 4-point primaries, which is reducing the maximum number of attacks that Josh can, maximum number of points that Josh can use to contend with Alex.
That is an 8.
Do you get a bonus?
No bonus.
I'll try and knock it out with.
So trying
I'll
to
try and knock
ritual
it
here,
out. I need a
Alex?
9. All right, you. Oh Jesus, you get it.
2 mortals.
Okay.
And then
Oh, no, we're starting to mortal wound into the Scorpic Destroyers. So if we can clear the Scorpic Destroyers in the Psychic phase, that's going to be pretty effective, because it allows those units in the middle to operate normally, and we can now redirect the
I'm in
attacks
combat,
from the
so -1 for them
Carnifex
to
somewhere
wound you?
else.
-1.
Okay. All right.
So that's him.
I mean, honestly, most of the time you're transhuman, so
Yeah. Next up, we will go over here and we will smite into these guys.
okay.
Yeah, hilariously, Paroxysm significantly less useful in Leviathan lists,
That's a 6 though. That's enough.
since it only
Alright, you
affects
got
a small variety of profiles.
3 mortals.
Anything strength 5 or lower is what you want to be hitting with those paroxysms. Whereas normally, otherwise, you'd be hitting high strength stuff to force them to wound you on 4s or 3s.
Oh wait, he's got. No, that's it for them. He's gonna smite into them. Give me super smite. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So we did 1 deny here, 24. Yeah, hell, to hell with it. I need a 10. That's double 1 twice.
A whole 1 mortal.
He takes 3, so he's dead.
Wow, looks like we did actually just pull the Scorpex out of melee there.
Dude, where was he? He was here, right?
Yeah.
Who's closer, him or him?
15 on, a little bit more than 15.
Okay, he's dead. All right.
Is this 1 on him? He's got 1 on.
I think the time to ask that question
I think
may
it
have
must
been
be.
before you.
I can't
walked up
remember,
from the
but
table.
In that case, I'll Psychic Stream just to free them up a little bit. So that's 3 dice on him, plus 2 on a 10. 4, 3 mortals.
Okay.
And then the last thing is just going to be you don't have any denies left.
I do. I have a 4. I have a 4 up, and it just doesn't work. Cost me a CP.
Oh, it's just going to work. All right, so I'll take the 7 plus 1 for 8.
Yeah, don't perils. Who did it?
This guy.
Oh yeah. Okay. It gives you. Yeah. Okay. On a 4 up, it fails. Now you get it.
Second Warp Ritual then.
Yeah, you got it.
So another Warp Ritual scored. Now, an interesting
that's 6,
interaction
right? It's 3 every
between
time?
Warp Ritual and this matchup is that Warp Ritual is locked at 12 points. And while it's very consistent because you only need to get 3 out of 4 or 5 casts off, so even if Silent King is standing there denying, it's unlikely he denies
Nope,
enough
no, he's
to
not. He's a
blank
monster.
a Warp Ritual. But the downside is that it locks you to 97 points maximum, which means that if
T6,
the Necron player
you
is
could
angling
shoot
for
him.
100 and you can't
This guy's
prevent them
got-
from maxing their
I didn't move
primary,
him, so you could shoot
or
him
at
if
least
you want. He's a
maintaining
buff thing.
or keeping things
Yeah,
even
the
on
king
primary,
is blocked by the building.
then it gets a little
Yeah.
awkward because
Do
you're
the
on the
smalls
back foot
first
to
then.
begin with. That's with Alex
T5.
continuing and looks like we'll be continuing to score these 12-point primary turns into the
reroll a
future. Or the 8-point
Or are
primary
you
turns,
gonna wait?
excuse me. I'm
Okay.
not sure how Josh gets out of this.
5, so 4. 2 at -1.
He dies.
Big shoots.
T5.
3 at -3.
3 6-ups. 3 go through.
4 damage each.
That's him done, right? Put it on me. 5s. I can re-roll a fail. It doesn't. So I can re-roll a fail, but it's not going to help me. 1 comes back. Oh, I should have killed the other guy. Jesus Christ.
Them as well.
I'm sorry, who?
This guy.
Okay.
3 shots. 1 Leviathan. Hitting on 3. 2 at -3.
2 6-ups. 2 go through. How much? Okay, so you can kill the heavy. Should have done this last time. Plus him. So now I get 7 dice to reanimate. Looking for 5s. Ah, 4s.
Yeah, so clipped out the heavy destroyer because he
1
does
2
have that extra
3
wound in there.
4. 1 comes back. Doesn't matter about the reroll. So
And we're going to bring that guy right back. Very nice.
we're actually
Easy peasy.
super cool. Super cool there. Actually bring him instead.
I'm going to go around this edge with this guy because he can see that destroyer.
See this one?
So that's him hitting on 2s. Reroll 1 because of Leviathan. Strength 12, so wounding on 2s, I assume.
Yeah.
3 at -5.
No save.
5 damage.
Okay. That kills them. That was good.
So there goes the Locust Destroyers
I
finally.
can't because you killed them all.
Got rid of those guys.
That's that.
That is a big threat off the
This guy
table
is going to fire into
from Alex's army. And looking at what we have remaining in the Necron castle here, it looks like one additional
one
Scorpic
invulnerable
Destroyer
save?
unit
Okay, how much?
is still around. But I think that's it. It looks like Ophidians have committed. And the second Scorpic unit has committed. Yeah. So we are, Josh is doing what he needs to do. He is removing models from the table, and like we said at the top of the game, this is how this matchup typically plays out. The Tyranids are so much better at killing the Necrons than the Necrons are at the Tyranids, but the Necrons are so much better at scoring victory points. So Josh needs to press this advantage as quickly as possible. He also needs to make sure that he has a way to kill the Silent King. Unfortunately, his Venom Thropes are not long for this world, and once they die, the Silent King is a little bit scary because his Fight Last aura is universal. He can hit everything inside engagement range of him. So unless the Necron player makes a huge positional mistake, he's just going to be able to do whatever he wants. Yeah, a little zoom in action, chat. Check it out. Zoom right in.
Negative.
-2.
All right, so we have a 1 up on that, 2 up on there, so a 4 up. He is dead.
We can look exactly what's hiding in the middle. Scorpic Destroyers in the castle. Looks like a little Ophidian hanging out in the middle. Obsecting the center objective away. What a jerk.
And then charge phase. This gentleman to that gentleman. Heroic intervene is 3 inches.
Yep. You're trying to be out, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Carnifex going into the center there. He's going to be blocking the Silent King for a turn.
Yep, looks pretty good.
I do. Yeah, it looks like a warrior standing in the center there as well. Warriors are surprisingly good at killing the Silent King. They have a really good profile at doing so. Strength 8, so they wound him on 3s and not too high in AP value for 2 damage. So a warrior brick charging Silent King should do a significant amount of damage once they're fully buffed.
They take a mortal wound
And especially once smites and psychic powers go down. That could potentially be brutal. Now, an important thing to remember is that we are running out of flying units outside the Silent King for Alex. So you...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 warriors.
The Harpy has the potential to just continue to
Seems
hit
pretty
that guy
strong.
over the course of the remainder of the game and put him down low enough that maybe the Hive Tyrant can clip him out in one
T5 if
swing.
you care.
Knowing the pace you have to play a matchup is like peak 40k knowledge. I would say that might be the case for any matchup besides this one. But if you're going to play competitive 40k, this is a matchup you're going to
he's
play
dead.
with either of these
Save you some
factions.
time.
You probably played this matchup, I would say, a third of the time. You'll have a third of your games against, it being a mirror match, a third of your games will be against this other faction, and 1/3 of your games will be against anything
These
else
guys are
in the meta
OBSEC?
game. I think is essentially my experience, and I think that's generally how things end up. We had a ridiculous number of Necron players at this event, so if
I
you
will
are
spend the
expecting
CP
to get
to
any
heroic
far in the
into that.
event at all,
With the hero?
Yep.
this is oh yeah.
So they take their mortal wound. Did that actually work then? Because we weren't engaged.
It only has to be within 3 inches of it.
Okay.
super good tech here. We were using the stratagem to heroically intervene with a
You fight first.
Canoptek unit
If
to
we
get
fight normally,
the
I go
scarabs
first,
up
'cause it's your
closer to the top objective there. I think there is an opportunity maybe for them to touch the center objective,
So if
but
it's-
the
if
warriors
it's,
are objective
norm-
secured, so I don't think that's going to make a difference.
So I'm fighting first because I charged, but you fight me last, which means I step one down to fight normal, or I fight last.
Fight last.
I fight last. So you go first.
So 5, not hits, kind of nothing. 1 hit.
How do creations of Bile fare against these armies?
No, sorry. Takes 2
That's a
wins.
good question. I think Necrons are advantaged against creations of Bile in general.
How many wins
we
you got
did see that
left?
matchup play out in
Okay,
the
1, 2,
T5S2
3,
Invitational,
4,
but I
5,
think
6, 7,
there were some dice and some play mistakes
1,
that made that particular game a little bit non-standard in my
3,
opinion.
4,
But the fact that Creations
5,
of Bile has a general lack of objective security means that
7,
Necrons are very
8.
good at outscoring them, and Necrons are able to do
4s,
enough damage in the
6s
shooting phase that
automatic.
they don't need to just like run
2,
headlong into the
3,
Creations of Bile army, which is usually how you lose that matchup. Creations of Bile tend to be pretty strong against Tyranids,
5 to
though,
wound.
because Tyranids do a lot, of damage.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
They
5,
operate
6, 7,
in
8,
every phase, but a lot of
9,
their damage comes
regular
out in the late
sales.
game in the fight phase, and then Creations of Bile turn on and,
Way to go,
and are able
Scarabs.
to sort of get a ton of
Guys,
damage.
fucking amazing.
So Scarabs clip out the Venom Throat and get
Okay.
themselves
Put it on
a
me.
combat phase
We will
activation,
move
so they
our
get a little
3
bit of movement.
inches.
And I think that's
At what point
basically
does that
just going
decimate?
to get them close enough to the
Even
top
within
left
the pile?
objective that they can now.
Okay.
So they're going to touch the middle objective maybe, but if they can touch the top left objective, then
Stay outside
they
of
will
an
be
inch.
able to action that one as well.
Okay.
Rusty, is that
score?
saying that they're not amazing against Creations of Bile, or they're not amazing for Creations of Bile?
So you're at 8.
I
for
do
what,
think
which one?
Creations of Bile is at the very least
And
competitive.
then, yeah,
into
you don't
both.
hold this yet, so. Okay, so my
That
turn, I
army
hold 2.
honestly is
So I
competitive
get
into
8.
basically everything. It's not always advantaged, but
Plus
it can
1 hit on
certainly
these
just pull
skill
out some
packs.
chicanery. And every once in a while, Abaddon just gets to the opponent and kills them.
+5 on the skill packs as well. And 4+ reanimation on the scarabs because that's just hilarious. Because as we discovered, you just blow through that with skill packs. +1 to hit on the friendly Necron. Not done the
So
action on this
the
one. and I've
question
done it on that
remains
one.
how
So
Josh is going to score out the remainder of his assassination points. Looking at the characters in the
just want to hit on them. Why not?
Necron list, we have a Chronomancer, the Silent King, a Technomancer.
So I'm putting that.
Is that really it?
I'm gonna move into explosion range anyway in a second, I think. So
Hold up. Did we take an assassination on a 3-character enemy? Uh-oh. Oh no, chat. We've made a terrible mistake. Not like this, no.
well,
Oh no.
okay. So also he heals at the start.
Yeah, I think he's
they
capped
heal
on 10 on assassination.
1,
Oh
he
no,
heals
that's not
1.
good. Especially since these are Necron characters. Without a ton of them in the middle of the table, it's going to be hard to
Scarab,
dig
the
them all out.
spider generates a scarab. So 1, 2, 3.
I would say you can mostly lock in
6, 7, 8.
assassination
So I have
and
one more I can put down.
psychic interrogation to most Necron armies,
Yeah.
but only if they're running Catan or a glut of characters. You sometimes see like 2 Technomancer or 2 Cryptics, the Silent
Away
King,
we go.
and a Catacomb Command Barge. But we don't see that level of characterization here. I wonder if Josh actually, he did mention that he thought the Reanimator was a character. I wonder if he thought his opponent had more characters. The Reanimator and the Tomb Spider both look like they could be. That might have been a misplay, actually, chat. Both
He's
matchups are
actually
okay
can't
for
hero
Creations
it
of Bile.
'cause he's
Depends on how many
stuck,
fire
so I'm
guns
just
Mortal
gonna
Wounds
go
are
here.
running. Yeah, I
Because
agree
you
with
could
that,
get
for
to
sure.
me by just moving, shuffling up.
I agree.
There, so because
And
you
I
got
think
to me
it's
here,
going to be, honestly, I think
because-
things are going to
but
get tougher
he's
for
blocking
Creations
him,
of
so I'm
Bile,
just
not
gonna go here
easier.
and thumb my nose at
Because a lot of people are going to be pushing
the Scarabs do nothing if
Mortal
not
Wounds
comedy
as hard
hilarious
as
thumbing their
possible.
noses at people.
Especially with Leagues of Votann being so popular and having no defense against Mortal Wounds. Alongside those Heretic Astartes list already being susceptible to mortals and
What's his
demons being
7th?
susceptible to mortals. There's just going to be a glut of top factions in the metagame that are going to be super duper weak to Mortal Wounds.
One detonates.
Creations
if
of
you
Bile
want.
being one of them. I need a coherency check on those scarabs there.
Okay, great. So by the time I'm done moving the Scorpex, I'll own that objective, and the Scarabs will start an action on it.
Yeah,
Go here.
contrary to popular belief, Ancient Machineries does require you
Silent
to
King
control
really
the
just kind of
objective
has
you
to do
perform the
something.
action
So
on.
here we go.
So if even if veteran Necron players tell you otherwise, that's incorrect. But Alex is being very careful here that he is going to be holding that objective when it comes to the action beginning step of the phase.
They go 11.
Been painting up your Creations
So
of
they're
Bile
gonna
army
run?
all day, yeah. Creations of Bile, I think, in my opinion,
12?
and I might be biased because of the T5S2 results, Creations of Bile is the best sub-faction in Heretic Astartes. But there is that that weakness against non-melee
Gotta
threats.
keep moving them. My apologies.
That said, they can kind of just, go face and run everything into the center of the table and say go and probably do fine.
They count as one. So I think you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
9.
He's not quite on it. Right, so I'll tell you what. Let me do that.
Yeah.
I'll go here. My apologies. The angle here isn't good.
This Scarab coherency is very is very questionable, chat. I don't know.
Okay, there we go. Now we got it. All right. These guys will
Unless
go
that's a
swing over
separate
here.
unit. Is that a
This
separate
thing,
unit of Scarabs?
the
that's
spider
probably
has to
fine.
go here.
He can be on the objective and be somewhere else. Yeah, that's fair. All right. It's all good. It's all good. Players figuring it out. We're doing it. Actually, no, that Scarab's definitely not on the objective.
He heals that guy for D3. 1. Oh, I go at CP. Sweet. Okay. Two of these guys. Action. Own again. Okay, great. Two of these guys will just shoot zone. The guys with wounds.
Where did they take those? That was last turn.
Yeah, last turn with the charge.
They would have actually healed that.
Okay, how many wounds they have each?
4.
All right. I mean, and they have a 3-up save.
They have a 4 up save.
And what's their save?
4 up in.
I'm gonna just, well, I'll shoot them. Fuck it.
Okay.
T5.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So we'll shoot the warriors. 4 hit because of Tesla. Oh, I get to reroll because of the king. So 4 hit because of Tesla.
It definitely can be easy to play, chat. Although, in order to play it well,
on the warriors.
you do need to really know the fight phase mechanics well, because you can, smart players can bone your fight last really hard, and then you end up losing a lot of efficacy. Also, like knowing when to push forward and when to peace trade and when to, full commit and stuff is important, but you'll learn that a couple games in. The Warhammer Nova write-up was a great read. Did a COB write-up a couple months ago. Hey, you can also... I would watch some of the games. I would watch the invitational games. I'd also take a look at... we've had some more recent games with Creations of Bile that have been really interesting with different lists. I mean, sometimes you see the big Possessed or the Terminator bricks, and sometimes you see a little bit more of an MSU style, which I think is really interesting. So there's a lot of flexibility in the sub-faction. So it looks like we are starting to plink away at the warriors in the center. Killed one. Although really the only appreciable ranged attack on the Necron side of the table remaining is the Silent King. Things are looking much less populous now.
5, 6, 7, 8 saves at -2.
And it's interesting that we have these
one each
scarabs in the middle here standing in front of the Silent King to prevent good engages on him.
Okay, the 2 menhirs into the guy in front of him. 2 hit, strength 12, so 3s.
Into this guy?
Yeah, 3s. 2 saves at -4.
Takes one of them.
Take 6.
Takes 6 down to 5. He's at 4.
2 guys will shoot the fly just because you're airborne, and I can. D3 shots from the Aeon stave. 2 shots hitting on 4s because you're -1. The king, you're not core, so they miss. The they're not core, so there's no reroll. The Eldritch Staff thing hits on a 4. The moment I forgot the name of the gun, I knew I was going to miss.
The weapon user over there is a little bit upset.
All right, so he has 4 left,
Alex
right?
didn't remember what his gun was called.
Assaults. We will charge the Silent King first into this thing.
So here comes Silent King, about to
9, sweet.
kill himself a Carnifex.
Fine where it is, just there. The Scorpex will... Where's the... Oh, you killed him. The Scorpex will charge both units. 8.
Oh, there's still Scorpex remaining in the center. A little scary. Yikes.
No, it would be all 3. I'm sorry, I didn't. Yeah, the distance is irrelevant. I mean, I need a 4 to get everything. So. Warriors are transhuman, right?
These guys are transhuman as well.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, he fights last because of the king. So we're going to put 3 wounds each or 4? Okay. We're just going to put 2 attacks on him from them. 2, 3 damage attacks onto them, and 2 damage attacks into them. They have 4 each, or
4 each.
They have 3 each. Yeah. Okay. 2 damage attack. 2 guys attacks here. 4 hits, hitting on. Hitting on 2s, re-rolling 1s.
Okay.
How many wounds have got left?
On the Carnifex, 3.
Let's go up the line. 3 attacks, hitting on 2s.
Right. Now imagine if your base was...
Strength is 5, so I need 5s with a reroll. Nope, that's terrible. The next one is 4 attacks, hitting on 2s. And this is strength 8, so I need 3s. I can reroll. Oh. 4 saves at -4.
Pretty sure he's dead. 3 go through?
Okay, it's 3 each.
Yep. Does he explode? No.
That's another reason why melee is bad.
Oh, they would have piled in after, because you killed a guy here, so he would have piled into here to go engage. He's actually kind of cool where he would go closer by just going here. So the Noctilus will go there. Your zoanthropy thing can fly next.
Go get him, Zoanthrope. We believe in you.
All right, so at the end of my
The
turn,
Silent King and
I
the
hold
Scorpix
3 in the middle
flipped
again.
out the
So that's 15 for Aeons.
Maxing out our Aeons.
I like the bondsman abilities of the Imperial Knights.
So now,
More engaging than like the chaos table mechanic of the Chaos Knights.
yeah, Alex at 72 points. Up 23 over Josh. Only getting 4 points again. And this primary objective score, I think, is just going to kill Josh, honestly. It doesn't feel like Josh played aggressively enough to clear out the... what do you call it? The kind of ancillary objective holding units that Alex was going to be using to score out these side objectives, and they have ended up printing Alex a ton of money. So Josh can score pretty easily, get himself up to 7 points on primary. He can get his Warp Ritual for 5, and then he can max his Assassination, putting himself at 71. He would need to cut Alex down to 76 on bottom round 4, and then kill his scoring on basically just table him right now. So I think that is Josh's path to victory here. Is essentially he needs to effectively table Alex in this battle round, which could be tough.
Been a much closer game. That's how my first game was. It was just my first two rounds I didn't score anything. Again, my first two rounds against Necrons. There you go, Dan. You're 2-1. Just gotta win this one.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Tyrant Guard pushing down to the models in the bottom right here. The Silent King is not on an objective yet, so if we can clip out those 2 Necron Warriors, that switches or defers control of the middle of that bottom right objective. We now need the Tyrant and the Carnifex and the remaining Psychers to be able to, A, Warp Ritual through a 4+ deny, and kill everything in the middle. And they may not have the... actually, they may have the attack volume to do so. The Tyrant can... I'm not sure if the Tyrant is actually engaged there, but he can fire while engaged, and his weapon is an assault weapon, so he actually fires without penalty while engaged. And can just clip a bunch of... Just clip them for a bunch. Oh, and then also we have this Harpy over here. Yeah, so we actually should be able to clip out the center objective pretty easily with the Harpy. So I think that the amount of damage that Josh is currently representing on the table right here is appreciable and could be enough to see him win the game. I believe.
Fractionally out.
Bomb there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Does it detonate? No. Boo!
Is there anything else that I can do? I want a Psychic Phase, Psychic Ritual for 10, 11.
I will spend a CP just on a 4-up.
Yep.
Which one did that?
This guy has
Okay, 4-up.
So here's the 4+ deny.
No. That's
Denies.
It's a 6. Oh, denied.
My Warhammer TV dice are 6s.
Alright, so I lose that. Back on me. I'm going to shoot this guy into them.
Okay.
I'm going to lose my time in a minute.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll keep. Let's.
I roll 1, 2, 5.
-1 to wound them.
Okay. So need 4s then. 1 goes through at -3.
5 up. 3 damage?
Yep.
Okay.
4 damage. 4
Yeah.
damage.
All right. Does he come back? He does not. This turn I get set to defend. Oh, sweet. All right. Keep playing. Yeah. Because honestly, I don't think it matters that much. So I'd rather play. Because I think
I don't think that there's all that much that I can do. So.
there's also not much. There's also not going to take much time. So because you don't have a lot, you're shooting me and.
I mean, I have psychic. I have all sorts.
So I think what just happened is that, looking at it, I think Josh has actually just clocked out, but it looks like the players will be playing the remainder of the game. I think that, I mean, Alex is certainly in the dominant position here.
All I would do then is on my time, because I care about purge the alien, which is getting you out of my deployment zone.
So we may actually just score this out.
Do machineries. And the only one left I can do it on is this one. So these guys, in my turn, these guys will move here. I'm not going to swing. I'm just going to back out, and so I'm just going to go do ancient machineries here. They're going to back out. They're going to back out and go. I guess I go this way. No, it doesn't matter. So he'll go here.
A little bit of an unfortunate end
He'll
of the
go
game here,
here.
Chad, I think.
The Silent King goes here.
Yeah. Alex just solitaires out the rest of this game, and he should literally get 100% of the points, I believe.
I'm
the
just
only
going to try
question
and
is
kill
whether or
him,
not he
because if I kill
can
him, I get
score
an extra
out his
purge.
max purge. Yeah, if he
So
can
what's
clip
his
out
profile for-
the models in the top left here, he can get 3 points for purge, and then max it
2
on round
not to lift
5, so
beams
then
at
he
him.
would get a 100-point score.
Reroll misses.
Yeah, so
Strength
if Josh
12.
was able to lock him to that
1
that
invulnerable.
4-pointer that turn, he could have pushed for a 12. It was unlikely, but there was a way. If he perfectly converted all of his attacks for the remainder of the game, essentially, Josh did have a path back to victory. But obviously that does require time, and if you don't have any time, you just can't do it. So maybe Josh a little bit not respecting the clock quite as much. So that's too bad. I was excited to see whether or not Josh could pull it back out, but certainly not if he runs out of time here. So I think that we should see, probably in the bottom of about around 5, we should see a looks like a 61 to 100 in the favor of Alex Fennel this turn, or this game. There goes the Neurothrope, and then they scored things out. Yeah, that doesn't matter. All right, well, a bit of an anticlimax there, chat. I was excited to see the comeback, but not today. Today we were out of time instead. It does look like Alex is relatively low as well, I think. Yeah, it does look like Alex is actually down below a minute, too. So a little bit of a tepid game. Necrons certainly take more time than you would expect for them, because they do take 2 movement phases in the beginning of the game. They take a deployment step and then a movement phase, a pregame movement phase, and then a movement phase if they go first. And that can take a ton of time, especially with how many individual dice rolls the faction has to have access to as well. I think they paused the clock. Well, there you go, chat. That is going to be it for day 1 of the Portal GT. Players talking out the game a little bit. All lethal players might go here.
With killing characters.
you had a whole nother turn.
Yeah.
So, like, would I have come back on 4? Yes. Would you have still scored everything you needed to do?
I might not have got everything, but I would have come back at you.
Like, you maybe would have missed a 3 and had 97, so it's like...
Right. The score, because in your turn, the score picks are dead. Probably.
The Scarab's still alive, and all the Scarabs need to do is take here, and then the King just needs to kill him like he did anyway.
Yeah.
And, like, these guys do that, charge them, but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, because I'm still only getting 1 for 4, so it's not stopping you from scoring.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that, like, there was nothing that I could have done to affect that, really. Just like the Tyranid secondaries are, especially with this list, if I can't get those, like, no prisoners is good, but, like, assassinate.
Assassinate's not, yeah.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
I mean, the other option.
Not a character, right?
No.
So, yeah, I missed these guys, and it's like...
The other option would be grind, but then you got to kill, and you're pretty good at killing units,
Grind against...
but it's tough.
I couldn't guarantee
You can't rely on it, yeah.
If I was able to push
Hard
forward...
part about grind is that it intersects with no prisoners, though. No prisoners is certainly the pick in this matchup.
Or
I think
banners,
you take an action secondary.
you just raise it. I mean, but banners isn't good either, because you'll get 1.
I mean, no prisoners...
That's easy.
No prisoners is in with grind, though, so there's no reason to take this.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, you definitely want no prisoners. Typically, no prisoners psychic interrogation are the first 2. And then
Did you submit it, Josh? Or-
roll out.
Carol, do you want to take this score?
52, 100.
Battlefield Supremacy secondary or a Shadow Ops for the last one.
I had
Banners is usually fine. It forces your opponents to play aggressively to deny the banners, and then you can kill their stuff, which is totally okay.
What was it again? 50?
52.
But anyway, chance. I think we'll go ahead and wrap things up on that note. But thanks everyone for joining us. I will be live again tomorrow. I will put up an additional YouTube event, and I'll post that in the Discord later today if anybody is hankering for that link. We're going to be live with the semifinals and finals of the event. Taking a look at our undefeated players actually right now. We have... so this is going to put Alex Fennel into the 3-0 category here. With his Necrons. We also have Jeremy Ozelins, 3-0 with Necrons. And the question mark right here is whether who else joins them in the